They fought with no uniforms, no armies, and no safety nets, only courage, silence, and the will to free their nation. After the fall of France in 1940, when the swastika flew over Paris and Marshal Pétain's Vichy regime collaborated with the occupiers, many thought resistance was hopeless, but a small few chose defiance. Farmers sheltered downed Allied pilots, students spread clandestine newspapers, railway workers sabotaged trains, and ordinary men and women risked everything to say non to tyranny. The French resistance was not one single movement but a web of networks, from Gaullist loyalists rallying to London's call, to communists who turned from passive anger to armed struggle after Hitler invaded the Soviet Union. Their weapons were few, their lives constantly hunted by the Gestapo, but their courage turned sabotage into a national war effort. Bridges were blown, supply lines severed, and secret intelligence fed to the Allies shaped the campaigns of liberation. At its height, the resistance numbered hundreds of thousands, a hidden army operating under the nose of the occupier, proving that occupation could never extinguish the spirit of freedom. This is not just the story of battles in the shadows, but of humanity's resilience, of ordinary citizens becoming extraordinary fighters in a struggle for their nation's soul. Tonight, as you listen, you will step into that clandestine world, feel the tension of curfews, raids, and midnight missions, and witness how courage in the dark helped turn the tide of war. And as always, settle in, get comfortable, and let this story carry you into the past. Leave a comment telling me where in the world you're tuning in from, and what time it is for you, as you join us on this journey into history. In the spring of 1940, a military revolution, honed in maneuvers across Poland and the Low Countries the year before, reappeared with devastating speed as Germany prepared to breach the Western Front. Planners called it Blitzkrieg, a lightning war built on armor, air power, and radio-coordinated thrusts. German panzer divisions, using mobile crews trained to exploit gaps and bypass static defenses, pushed with hundreds of tanks supported by Junkers Ju-87 Stuka dive bombers that shattered roads, railheads, and morale ahead of the columns. The French army, still anchored to the doctrine of the Maginot Line and static defense, had built concrete and steel for a war that the battlefield no longer resembled. Heavy fortifications could not stop maneuver through the Ardennes and across open country. On May 10, 1940, German armies executed a carefully timed pincer. Diversionary attacks through Belgium drew Allied forces north, while the main strike sliced through the Ardennes under Erich von Manstein's operational concept and Heinz Guderian's mobile spearheads. Those days saw an orchestra of engines, radios crackling with orders in terse German, and Stukas diving low enough that their sirens seemed to tear the sky open, creating confusion that the attackers turned into tempo and territory. British Expeditionary Force units and French armies scrambled to respond, their command systems strained by poor radio coordination and rigid chain-of-command habits that slowed counterattacks and allowed German units to encircle divisions with brutal efficiency. Within weeks, columns of troops and refugees clogged roads, a tide of civilians fleeing the front, while French units that had expected a linear attritional war found themselves cut off, surrounded, and forced to make desperate, improvisational retreats. The drama culminated in the collapse of the Northern Front, the evacuation at Dunkirk, where roughly 338,000 Allied soldiers were pulled from the beaches between May 26 and June 4, 1940, and the swift collapse of French cohesion that followed. By early June, German columns were sweeping toward Paris, occupying key industrial regions and severing communications in a sequence of advances that made the city politically and militarily untenable for continued resistance. The speed of this campaign, measured not just in miles, but in the shattering of assumptions about modern warfare, left ordinary Frenchmen stunned and hungry for explanation, and set the stage for the choices that would define the nation's fate in the months to follow. Parisians woke to tanks and banners through mid-June, and on June 14th, 1940, German troops entered a city still bearing the scars of retreat. Shops shuttered, railway stations full of abandoned luggage, and the sign lined with soldiers' tracks leading away from the shattered front. Just 8 days later, on June 22nd, the French government signed an armistice in the railway carriage at Compiègne, where Hitler insisted the Germans accept the terms in the very spot where Germany had surrendered in 1918, turning a symbolic humiliation into policy. The document created an occupied zone in the north and west under direct German military authority and left a nominally sovereign free zone in the south, where Marshal Philippe Pétain established a new capital at Vichy and assumed extraordinary powers. Hundreds of thousands of French soldiers, estimates cluster around 1.8 million, were held as prisoners of war, their absence immediately thinning the nation's military and leaving families, towns and industries to cope with a sudden male and labor vacuum. Within government buildings in Vichy corridors, veteran administrators and conservative elites debated not only how to manage occupation, but whether accommodation, collaboration, or resistance would be the path forward for a wounded France. Pétain, a World War I hero whose name still carried weight among older generations, framed his regime as a necessary authoritarian reset, work, family, fatherland, positioning himself as the healer of a broken republic while quietly endorsing policies that aligned with German priorities. The armistice also stripped France of military assets. Heavy weapons were surrendered or interned, the navy largely demobilized, and airfields and ports turned over to German oversight or dismantled to prevent renewed French strike capability. For civilians, the consequences were immediate and bureaucratic: curfews, censorship, ration cards, and permits that regulated movement, trade and correspondence, all administered through an expanding apparatus that blurred German directives with Vichy's own edicts. Across towns and villages, the rupture took a different form. Some local officials attempted to maintain normalcy through quiet resistance inside administration, delaying lists, misfiling requisitions, while others embraced collaboration, seeing cooperation as the path to social order. The armistice did not end French agency. It defined a new battlefield of law and legitimacy, where the slow, patient work of clandestine opposition would begin in basements, back rooms, and the margins of official life. The Vichy regime, centered on Marshal Philippe Pétain and bolstered by technocrats and conservative politicians, styled itself as a moral and national rebirth, rejecting the Third Republic's parliamentary pluralism in favor of an authoritarian national revolution that prized order, hierarchy, and traditional values. Within weeks, Vichy ministries reworked civil service, purged left-wing officials, disbanded political parties and associations deemed decadent, and promoted a cultural campaign that elevated family, rural life, and Catholic social teaching as antidotes to the perceived corruption of the previous decades. One of the regime's earliest and most chilling acts was to write exclusion into law. The Statute des Juifs, promulgated in October 1940, barred Jews from public office and many professions and laid the legal groundwork for identification, sequestration, and later deportation. Leading figures who embraced accommodation with Germany, most notably the politician Pierre Laval, argued publicly that collaboration could preserve some measure of French autonomy, and that cooperation might spare civilians the worst excesses of occupation. Behind ceremonial proclamations and ministerial decrees, New administrative mechanisms were built, registration files, identity papers and controls over press and radio that made it possible to enforce Vichy's social program and to translate German demands into French bureaucratic action. Vichy propaganda flooded schools, print and broadcasting with images of duty and return to the land, while state-sponsored censorship removed dissenting voices and promoted a narrative of wounded pride that could be healed through obedience. In many provincial prefectures, police and gendarmes, who had been pillars of local order, found themselves taking directions, for the first time in peacetime, from occupation authorities, and that shift created fractures in communities that would later determine whether people collaborated, compromised, or covertly opposed. This political reorientation did not simply erase memory, it created new fault lines, veterans and conservatives who welcomed stability, intellectuals who recoiled, and a generation of young officers and bureaucrats who debated the ethics of cooperation versus concealment. Economically, Vichy sought to stabilize rationing and production under German oversight, but this created chronic shortages, a sprawling black market, and an everyday resentment that fed a quiet undercurrent of dissent among workers, farmers, and shopkeepers. Petain's France, then, was neither a simple puppet nor a fully sovereign state. It was an uneasy hybrid, where a veneer of French law allowed the systematic erosion of civil rights, and where the seeds of organized resistance, moral outrage, bureaucratic sabotage, and clandestine networks began to take root. In the labyrinthine arrondissements of Paris, and in the tight factory-line neighborhoods of Lyon, the first sparks of organized defiance appeared not as banners, but as folded leaflets, muffled typewriter clacks, and furtive conversations over cafe tables, where young officers, clerks, and students tested words for safety. Basements and former print shops became sanctuaries for clandestine newspapers, their presses smeared with ink and operated by volunteers who learned how to smuggle paper, hide rollers, and deaden the sound of the machines, so that a single mistake would not betray the whole operation. Radio receivers, illegal in many places, then precious, were the lifeline to London broadcasts. Through them French ears first heard words that refused to accept defeat, phrases that would feed courage and trade facts for hope in the months after June 1940. In Lyon, a city with a strong tradition of Republican civic culture and a dense network of railway workers and civil servants, a new kind of resistance took root in precise local knowledge. Schedules, sidings, and depot layouts became intelligence assets critical to later sabotage. Couriers, often young women whose movements drew less suspicion, carried packages of microfilmed lists, names, forged identity papers, and maps folded into the hems of skirts, slipping between trains and checkpoints, with an economy of gestures that concealed great risk. Factory foremen and railwaymen performed small acts of defiance daily, a bolt left unfastened, a signal delayed, a telegraph line frayed at a junction, actions that were individually modest, but cumulatively disruptive to the German logistical rhythm. Meanwhile, former officers, bitter at the collapse and determined to salvage honor, began to form loose councils in cafes and private salons where plans for clandestine committees, intelligence nodes, and escape lines were sketched in cigarette ash. Religious communities and local priests, particularly in Lyon's outskirts, sometimes provided hiding places. Their churches offered cover for meetings, and their parish networks became channels for word-of-mouth warnings and safe houses. The early resistance relied on improvisation. Counterfeit ration cards were hand-sewn, lists of collaborators were maintained in ink on the backs of letters, and the first methods of vetting newcomers, comparing handwriting, probing knowledge of local streets, were born out of hard lessons and near catastrophes. These scattered acts, typed leaflets, left under doormats, a train signal sabotaged at night, a radio crackling with a London message, were small bullets of defiance that, when threaded together, would become the rope by which a national underground began to pull itself back into history. German occupation brought a new choreography of everyday life. Soldiers billeted in private homes, requisition commands pasted on doors, and civilian officials forced to record food allocations that would determine whether an elderly couple ate that week. Ration cards, stamped and clipped by municipal clerks, became tokens of survival, their absence pushing families into markets that sold bread and butter at prices only the well-connected could afford, fostering resentment that would later feed recruitment to underground networks. Alongside shortages, the presence of German occupation units created intimate, often humiliating encounters. Drivers stopped at checkpoints, luggage examined, phones tapped, so that the occupation was not an abstract policy, but a daily intrusion into privacy. The streets themselves offered resistance and risk, a blockade of a market, a deliberate strike by a tram conductor, or a baker who quietly rationed loaves to the elderly, at night represented small moral choices with large social consequences. Weapons were scarce. The sudden surrender left caches of service, pistols and obsolete rifles hidden in farm sheds and railway sidings, and these scrap arsenals, patched together with black market purchases and sympathetic guards, would become the first tools of sabotage and self-defense. In offices where lists of names were maintained, some clerks began to redact columns, substitute wrong addresses, or slow the dispatch of collaborators' paperwork, a kind of quiet bureaucratic guerrilla warfare that often saved lives without ever firing a shot. Accounts of bravery in this early period were not always heroic in the cinematic sense. A schoolteacher might risk a fainting spell to avoid a search, a grocer might hide a Jewish family beneath sacks of flour, or a railway signalman might falsify times to allow a convoy to pass unscathed. These acts demanded a particular psychology, risk measured against duty, personal safety weighed against collective conscience, and for many individuals that calculus flipped overnight as the moral geography of their towns changed. At the same time, rumors and betrayal threaded through communities, anonymous denunciations, opportunistic informers, and the fear of exposure created a climate where trust itself became a scarce resource, and securing a single reliable contact felt like a small victory. These conditions, material deprivation, daily humiliation, and the necessity of secrecy, created the raw human capital of resistance. People who had already learned discretion, who had networks of kin and colleagues, and who could be recruited to move messages, hide fugitives, or take the first dangerous taste of sabotage. Even in the first months after the armistice, small intelligence efforts began. Railway clerks logged the arrival of German material. Harbour workers noted the frequency of troop transports, and fishermen memorized the silhouettes of German patrol boats. Reports were passed on in folded envelopes, whispered into the ears of sympathetic priests, or tattooed into the memory of a courier who would ride a bicycle through checkpoints with a coded message hidden in a breadbasket. The information value of a single timetable or the serial number on a crate could be immense to Allied planners, and the early resistors quickly learned the twin arts of observation and discretion, what to notice and, equally important, what to forget on the way home. Downed British airmen, who survived the first chaotic months, often found help in Parisian flats or peasant farms. Escape lines began to form organically as civilians guided fugitives toward neutral Spain and the safety of Gibraltar, a perilous route that required false papers, bribed officials, and intimate knowledge of mountain tracks. Because early networks were small and localized, They often relied on familial trust and pre-war acquaintances. A conductor might introduce a cousin who worked in customs. A schoolteacher could vouch for a colleague, and a barber's knowledge of faces became a resource for vetting newcomers. In a city like Paris, the clandestine press and intelligence collectors existed side by side. Their work intertwined. A leaflet that exposed a German atrocity could simultaneously be a cover for an intelligence drop, using the same distribution channels to hide both truth and data. Many of the first organizers had been veterans of World War I, or officers who could not reconcile defeat with honor. Their networks mixed military experience with civilian cunning, producing protocols for secrecy, dead drops, and the early codes that would later be formalized. This was amateur intelligence at first, messy, risky, and improvisatory, but it proved effective in creating a local flow of information that would later be integrated into larger Allied frameworks as trust and capacity increased. The human stakes of this work were enormous. A single betrayal could expose an entire cell, yet for many the moral imperative to report movements, help an Allied pilot, or warn a threatened neighbor overcame the tangible fear of arrest or execution. By the autumn of 1940, these scattered acts of observation, evacuation and communication had formed a fragile lattice across French cities, one that would thicken into distinct networks as the war continued and as exiled leaders began to speak to those still in the occupied homeland. Resistance in 1940 was not a single movement, but an accretion of diverse political traditions. Conservatives appalled at national humiliation, socialists who refused authoritarian rule, communists who would later be radicalized by the invasion of the Soviet Union, and Gaullists loyal to an exiled general's call. These currents did not always speak to one another. Ideological suspicion meant that meetings often took the form of cautious overtures across political lines, and the question of whether to prioritize intelligence, propaganda, or armed action divided early committees. For many recruits, the choice to resist was intensely personal. A grieving father who had watched his son's unit crumble, a Jewish family forced into hiding, or a factory foreman angered by the seizure of machinery for German use. And these stories shaped local strategies as much as grand political calculations. Tactically, the earliest organizers favored limited, deniable actions, clandestine printing, targeted sabotage of rail lines servicing German supply routes, and the steady accumulation of lists and contacts rather than premature attempts at mass insurrection. Urban terrain shaped tactics. Paris's dense neighborhoods allowed anonymous exchanges and drop-off points, while Lyon's industrial periphery offered both workers with technical skills and escape routes into surrounding rural departments. Weapons acquisition remained ad hoc. Some networks expropriated arms from abandoned depots, others bribed guards or negotiated with sympathetic policemen, and much of the early planning assumed that a major armed phase would require external supply. That assumption explains the emphasis on building channels to the outside, informers, smugglers, and couriers who could link internal reconnaissance with foreign radio broadcasts, and the small clandestine missions of the British and later the Special Operations Executive. Yet even within this cautious strategy, there were moments of improvisation and bravery. A night raid on a garrison or a small derailment of a supply train could be achieved with minimal tools, but demanded exceptional nerve from those who volunteered. The political mosaic of early resistance, fractured but resource-rich, created both vulnerability and strength. Vulnerable because divisions made coordinated action difficult, strong because the multiplicity of perspectives meant diverse skills and networks were available for eventual unification. What was being built in these months was less a single organization than a civil infrastructure of dissent, trusted contacts, hidden presses, sabotaged rails, and the moral conviction that the French had not been wholly defeated, foundations that would later support a far broader uprising. As summer gave way to autumn of 1940, the early resistance was still small and often amateurish, but it carried within it the possibility of transformation, a set of practices and relationships that could survive arrests, betrayals, and the passage of time. Basement presses, railway whistle signals, the languages of confidentiality and coded letters. These were less glamorous than battlefield banners, but no less decisive, because they kept the capacity for organized dissent alive under continuous pressure. Across France, the knowledge of how to forge papers, hide a radio, or find a sympathetic innkeeper became a practical curriculum that new recruits learned from older ones in whispered lessons at kitchen tables. The moral choices of these months, whether to speak or stay silent, to hide a neighbor or turn them in, began to define personal reputations and to carve out lines between collaborators and those who would risk everything for a clandestine cause. Resistance was born not only from ideology, but from these quotidian practices, the small economies of courage and concealment that stitched together a social web strong enough to carry out intelligence, evacuations, and later, armed sabotage. In Paris and Lyon, the first conspirators were often ordinary professionals, postmen, teachers, railway clerks, people whose routine knowledge of names, timetables, and documents turned into strategic advantages against an occupying machine that relied on predictability. Their stories were also stories of place, the narrow alleys and cellars of Paris, the industrial basin and surrounding hills of Lyon, the secret staircases of apartment buildings where messages were passed beneath the noise of daily life. What began as the improvised courage of isolated citizens would, over the next 4 years, cohere into networks that coordinated with allied agencies, mounted sabotage on a national scale, and helped open the doors for liberation. But that future would not arrive by accident. It would be hammered out in countless small decisions made in fear, improvised plans that survived exposure, and the stubborn refusal of ordinary people to accept humiliation as fate. In the months ahead, those who had whispered leaflets in basements would be joined by parachuted agents, by exiles in London, and by men and women hardened by the quiet work of survival. And the story of how France rose from defeat into resistance is the story we begin now. When German troops marched into French towns after June 1940, occupation was not simply a matter of flags and proclamations, but a constant choreography of uniforms, checkpoints, and requisitions that redefined daily existence. Streets once familiar became dominated by soldiers in Feldgrau, rifles slung casually as if to remind civilians that violence could erupt at any moment. Paris was divided into administrative sectors patrolled by Wehrmacht units, with key bridges, rail hubs, and government buildings sealed off by sandbags and machine gun nests. Ordinary citizens had to navigate a maze of passes and permits, stamped documents that dictated whether one could travel, buy fuel, or even visit a relative in another town. German requisition orders stripped food, clothing, coal, and raw materials for transport to the Reich, leaving French households to face shortages that grew more dire with each passing season. Posters announcing new decrees appeared overnight on walls, commanding obedience in both German and French, while loudspeakers in train stations played martial music that underscored the atmosphere of subjugation. Farmers in the countryside saw their grain and livestock seized, often at fixed low prices, forcing many into the shadows of black markets that thrived despite draconian penalties. Soldiers billeted in private homes added humiliation to hardship, as families were compelled to provide beds, meals, and heat for the very men enforcing their nation's defeat. Public spaces reflected the new order, cafes filled with German officers, theaters showing newsreels of Hitler's triumphs, and boulevards renamed to honor the occupiers. For civilians, the occupation was not a distant abstraction, but a daily confrontation with power, intimate, visible, and inescapable. Censorship became one of the most powerful weapons of control, turning newspapers, cinema, and radio into instruments of propaganda designed to reshape French thought. The pre-war press was quickly purged, and new editors installed who ensured that articles glorified German victories while vilifying Britain, portraying Churchill as a reckless warmonger and Roosevelt as a hypocrite. At the cinema, audiences were shown reels of German troops marching in perfect formation, their iron discipline contrasted with caricatures of Allied chaos, while cultural programming pushed stories of order, stability, and supposed Franco-German friendship. Radios, which had once connected families to the world, were now tightly regulated. Listening to the BBC was a punishable crime, yet clandestine listening groups, formed in kitchens and attics, their members huddled around crackling speakers to hear the truth. School textbooks were rewritten to emphasize obedience and respect for authority, subtly reshaping the next generation's sense of national identity. Propaganda posters plastered walls with bold images, smiling workers beneath swastikas, slogans urging productivity for European solidarity, and grim warnings about hoarding food. Books deemed subversive were removed from libraries, while respected intellectuals who refused silence were silenced through exile, imprisonment, or execution. Even music was policed. Jazz, labeled as decadent and racially impure, was suppressed, though clandestine clubs in Paris still played it as an act of cultural defiance. Beneath the surface of conformity, however, each act of censorship revealed cracks, for the more information was withheld, the more civilians sought forbidden voices and underground newspapers. Control of words, images, and sounds became not only a battle of propaganda, but the first battleground of resistance, where silence and curiosity turned into weapons of defiance. The material hardships imposed by occupation were relentless, seeping into every corner of life, from empty dinner tables to unheated apartments in winter. Rationing cards regulated food supply, and the official allotment often amounted to less than 1,200 calories per day, forcing families into malnutrition while German soldiers dined in requisitioned hotels. Queues outside bakeries stretched for hours, with mothers clutching ration books and children waiting in bitter cold for loaves of bread that often ran out before their turn. Coffee was replaced with chicory, butter with margarine substitutes, and meat with thin slices of horse or rabbit, while black markets sold contraband at prices far beyond the reach of working families. In industrial towns, factories commandeered for German production demanded long shifts, while workers weakened by hunger labored to produce munitions destined for the very armies occupying their streets. Coal shortages meant apartments went unheated through harsh winters, families huddling in coats and blankets to survive nights of biting frost. Clothing grew threadbare, with shoes resoled repeatedly, and garments patched until they barely held together, creating a visible poverty that scarred even once wealthy households. Malnutrition led to outbreaks of illness, with hospitals undersupplied and doctors struggling to treat conditions once rare in modern France, such as rickets and tuberculosis. Farmers and smugglers who supplied the black market risked arrest or execution, yet their secret deliveries of eggs, meat, and flour became lifelines for countless urban families. These hardships did more than weaken bodies. They hardened spirits, reminding many that German promises of order were built on starvation and exploitation. Fear was constant, not only from visible soldiers, but from the invisible threat of denunciation, betrayal, and sudden arrest. The Gestapo operated with terrifying efficiency, establishing offices in major cities where interrogations, torture, and executions were carried out in rooms whose very mention inspired dread. French police, often under orders from both Vichy and German authorities, maintained surveillance, creating an atmosphere where neighbors watched one another with suspicion. A careless word in a queue or a whispered complaint on a tram could be reported, leading to midnight knocks and families dragged from their homes. Informants, motivated by ideology, fear, or personal gain, sold secrets that destroyed entire households, with children sometimes left behind in the street as their parents vanished into prisons. Posters listing the names of executed hostages were pinned in public squares, stark reminders of what awaited those who defied the occupation. In Paris, the notorious Fresnes prison and Gestapo headquarters on Rue des Sorciers became synonymous with disappearance, torture, and death, their corridors echoing with the cries of resistors broken under interrogation. Fear of reprisal extended to whole communities, for German policy often demanded 10 or more hostages executed for each German soldier killed by resistance action. This created moral dilemmas that haunted every citizen. To act against the occupier was to risk not only oneself but one's neighbors and family. Terrors was thus both a weapon and a deterrent, designed to isolate individuals and prevent solidarity, yet paradoxically it also generated the anger that would later ignite mass resistance. Daily life became a delicate dance of compliance and defiance, where even the simplest actions carried hidden meanings and subtle risks. Some shopkeepers placed goods aside for known resistors. Others deliberately shortchanged German soldiers to express quiet contempt. Teachers slipped patriotic lessons between official curriculum lines, reminding children of France's past glories even as textbooks praised the occupiers. Artists and writers found ways to smuggle double meanings into their work. A poem about the seasons became a veiled commentary on occupation. A painting of a storm symbolized liberation. In villages, priests used sermons to offer coded encouragement, while congregations learned to interpret their words as more than scripture. Railway workers occasionally delayed trains carrying German troops, using mechanical malfunctions as excuses that slowed the occupiers' timetable. Housewives whispered rumors while waiting in queues, passing news of Allied advances or German defeats that lifted spirits even when the truth was uncertain. Adolescents chalked slogans like "Vive la France" on walls at night, gestures of rebellion that risked arrest but carried immense symbolic weight for communities longing for dignity. Even humor became a weapon. Jokes mocking Hitler or German officials circulated quietly, reminding people that laughter could survive under tyranny. In these countless small ways, oppression itself created resistance, planting seeds of solidarity that flourished in silence long before weapons were drawn. The geography of occupation reinforced divisions, with the demarcation line splitting France into zones that shaped how civilians experienced oppression and how early resistance operated. The occupied zone, covering Paris, the Atlantic coast, and industrial north, lived under direct German military rule, with garrisons, checkpoints, and confiscations at every turn. The so-called free zone in the south, under Vichy administration, initially seemed less harsh, but over time its collaborationist policies created resentment as profound as in the occupied north. Crossing the demarcation line required papers, bribes, or dangerous hikes through forests and fields, where patrols and barbed wire turned borders into lethal obstacles. Families were split by these divisions, with relatives cut off from one another for months or years, sending letters that often never arrived. Resistance couriers learned to navigate secret paths, following smugglers' routes or shepherds' trails to carry intelligence, food, and people across the line. Cities near the demarcation became hubs of clandestine activity, where ordinary market stalls concealed couriers passing coded notes alongside produce. German officers used these divisions to sow further distrust, rewarding informants who exposed escape lines, while punishing entire communities suspected of aiding clandestine movement. The demarcation line became not just a boundary on maps, but a psychological scar, a reminder of national fragmentation and a daily symbol of humiliation. For many Frenchmen, the very existence of this border inside their homeland became a reason to resist, fueling the conviction that France's unity could only be restored through defiance. Propaganda sought to convince the population that submission was logical, yet its sheer intrusion often had the opposite effect, sharpening awareness of lies. German posters boasting of victories in Russia seemed hollow when whispered rumors of Stalingrad's siege reached Paris markets. Vichy newspapers claimed shortages were temporary, but malnourished children and thin, desperate adults standing in endless queues gave the lie to official optimism. Radio Paris, the German-controlled station, tried to ridicule the BBC's broadcasts, but clandestine listeners repeated the forbidden slogans. Radio Londres parle au français with growing pride. Each propaganda campaign, no matter how polished, collided with lived reality, requisitioned farms, overcrowded prisons, and families mourning loved ones executed as hostages. Writers and poets joined the underground press, producing clandestine newspapers like Combat and Liberation, their pages printed in basements and passed hand to hand like relics. For many, holding such a paper was a silent oath, a promise that truth still lived beneath the weight of occupation. The more Germans sought to monopolize information, the more civilians sought hidden channels, turning curiosity into courage. Propaganda created cracks in its own facade, because every exaggeration and every insult to French pride reminded citizens of the gulf between the occupiers' narrative and their lived reality. It was in this space between propaganda and experience that resistance found fertile soil, with information itself becoming a weapon as powerful as any rifle. By 1942, the daily oppression had carved deep grooves into French society, shaping how people spoke, traded, prayed, and imagined the future. But it also hardened the conviction that submission could not last forever. The wariness of hunger, the constant fear of denunciation, and the humiliation of serving occupiers made defiance both necessary and inevitable. A culture of whispers became the training ground for a culture of action, teaching people how to hide words, smuggle news, and build networks of trust that could later support sabotage and armed struggle. Each family's suffering became part of a collective memory, shared in queues, church pews, or black market dealings, where bitterness fermented into courage. Children grew up learning discretion, understanding that silence in the wrong place could save lives, a generation schooled in secrecy before they ever touched a weapon. Even those who did not join organized resistance found ways to nurture the spirit of defiance, whether through humor, prayer, or refusal to collaborate. The occupation, with all its terror and deprivation, had failed in its ultimate aim to break French identity and extinguish hope. Instead, it created a crucible in which ordinary men and women forged new forms of solidarity and courage. Out of this crucible would emerge not only networks of intelligence and sabotage, but a moral certainty that tyranny could be opposed. The life of occupation, grim as it was, became the soil from which the French resistance would grow, turning despair into defiance and silence into a whisper that could shake empires. In the bleak aftermath of the armistice, when German banners flew over Paris and Vichy decrees suffocated public life, resistance did not begin with armies or grand councils, but with individuals who simply refused to remain silent. In 1940, these resistors were not yet an organized force. They were teachers, students, journalists, and veterans who clung to the belief that France had not been truly defeated. Their actions seemed minor against the enormity of occupation. A leaflet slipped beneath a cafe door, a whispered insult to a German patrol, a secret meeting in a cluttered attic, yet each act carried the weight of rebellion. In Paris, students scrawled graffiti on walls, chalking the Cross of Lorraine, the symbol of Free France, where German posters demanded obedience. In Lyon, railway workers slowed troop trains with carefully staged mechanical failures, buying precious hours for civilians to escape and for rumors of defiance to spread. These lone figures worked without coordination, often ignorant that others in distant cities were making similar choices, but their isolation made their courage all the more striking. Arrests were frequent, punishments brutal, and yet replacements rose up as if defiance itself was contagious, passed like an invisible flame. Early groups bore names like Musée de l'Homme in Paris, a circle of ethnologists and intellectuals who turned their academic training toward writing and distributing leaflets against both Vichy and the Reich. Such embryonic networks did not yet have weapons or armies, but they possessed conviction, the one resource no occupier could requisition, and it was conviction, multiplied across countless isolated acts, that laid the fragile foundation for what would one day become the French resistance. The clandestine press became the lifeblood of this first underground war, a battle of words fought with typewriters, mimeographs, and sheer nerve. In cramped apartments and hidden basements, journalists and printers risked death to produce leaflets with names like Resistance, Défense de la France, and Libération, each issue painstakingly typed, duplicated, and smuggled across the city. Paper was scarce, ink hard to find, and distribution perilous, for a single captured courier could betray dozens of names and addresses under torture. Yet readers devoured these clandestine sheets with a hunger greater than food, for they offered not just information, but proof that defiance lived in the heart of France. Every article condemned the occupiers' lies, denounced Vichy's collaboration, and reminded civilians that victory was still possible, that France's destiny was not to vanish beneath the swastika. Couriers, often young women with bicycles, carried stacks hidden in shopping bags or strapped beneath clothing, slipping past checkpoints with the ease of the overlooked. In Paris, the Musée de l'Homme group produced thousands of copies by 1941, their presses hidden inside apartments, where the smell of ink betrayed danger as surely as gunpowder. Lyon saw the birth of Combat, one of the most important underground newspapers, driven by intellectuals like Henry Frenay, who believed that words could unite a nation, even before guns could. Each issue was an act of rebellion against silence, a declaration that France still had a voice, even if it spoke from shadows. And with every printed page that passed hand to hand, the myth of German omnipotence began to weaken, replaced by the fragile but growing belief that tyranny could be resisted. If the underground press was the written voice of resistance, then Radio Londres was its electrifying echo, a voice in the dark that pierced curfews and censorship with defiant clarity. Broadcast from the BBC studios in London, its programs were led by exiled Frenchmen who risked their lives to remind their countrymen that France had not died. Charles de Gaulle's words, spoken in measured tones, declared that the flame of resistance must not be extinguished, and though few heard his first appeal in June 1940, recordings and retellings spread his message far beyond the studio. By 1941, hundreds of thousands tuned in secretly, huddled in kitchens or barns, radios hidden under blankets to muffle the sound from suspicious neighbors. The broadcasts mocked German propaganda with sharp satire, exposing lies and exaggerations, and they carried coded messages to underground groups preparing acts of sabotage. Les Français parlent to Français became a ritual opening, a reminder that beyond the walls of occupation, a free France still spoke. Entire families memorized the phrases, repeated them in whispers, and drew courage from knowing they were not alone in their defiance. Gestapo agents worked tirelessly to track illegal listeners, arresting those caught with forbidden radios, yet the broadcasts only grew more popular, the risk part of their power. The sound of radio Londres was more than words. It was a bridge across the channel, a lifeline binding the scattered sparks of resistance to the broader struggle. And for many, hearing those broadcasts was the first time they felt that history still had a future in which France would rise again. Individual acts of sabotage during these early years were rare, improvised, and often symbolic, but they marked a crucial shift from passive defiance to active resistance. In the industrial suburbs of Paris, workers at Renault and Citroën factories staged deliberate slowdowns, allowing machine failures or accidents that disrupted production of vehicles destined for the Wehrmacht. In rural regions, farmers set fire to haystacks requisitioned for German cavalry units, knowing full well they risked execution if caught. Railway saboteurs loosened bolts or misplaced signals, causing minor derailments that damaged supply trains without yet sparking reprisals severe enough to destroy entire communities. Weapons were scarce and explosives almost non-existent, so early saboteurs relied on ingenuity. Sand poured into engines, sugar dumped into fuel tanks, wires cut with stolen pliers. These actions, though small, forced German authorities to expend enormous energy on security, stretching their forces thin and feeding paranoia that the entire nation was conspiring against them. Most saboteurs were young men, often former soldiers humiliated by defeat, unwilling to watch their labor used to strengthen the occupiers' grip. Arrests were swift and punishments harsh, but even executions could not erase the symbolic power of sabotage, for each destroyed train or burned factory was retold in whispers that magnified its impact. Sabotage also served another purpose. It tested the occupiers' patience, teaching early resistors where lines were drawn and how far they could push without triggering mass reprisals. These tentative strikes, scattered across cities and countryside, were not yet a coordinated campaign, but they were the first notes of a song that would later rise into a national chorus of armed defiance. And in every twisted bolt, every silent explosion, and every smuggled story of disruption, the French learned that even under occupation, they could fight back. The geography of resistance shaped its early character, for France's varied landscapes offered both refuge and peril in equal measure. In the countryside, forests and mountains became havens where small groups of disillusioned soldiers or young draft dodgers could hide, living off the land while planning raids on German convoys. Urban centers, with their labyrinth of alleyways, apartments, and sewers, provided anonymity but also constant surveillance, forcing city resistors to master the art of disguise and misdirection. Coastal towns were hotbeds of clandestine activity, where fishermen ferried messages, weapons, or fugitives under the cover of night, exploiting tides and knowledge of local waters. Lyon, with its dense silk-weaving districts and hidden courtyards, became a natural hub for underground meetings, its geography a maze that could confuse even the most determined Gestapo pursuit. Paris, though heavily garrisoned, offered sheer scale, millions of people whose movements created cover for the invisible work of passing notes, delivering newspapers, or staging graffiti campaigns. The mountains near the Spanish border allowed fugitives to escape toward freedom, but the treks were brutal, requiring endurance, guides, and luck to evade German patrols. Even rivers and canals became arteries of resistance, their barges and bridges used to smuggle goods, hide fugitives, or block German supply lines. Geography thus provided both opportunity and danger, shaping the tactics and psychology of resistors who learned to exploit every feature of their surroundings. The very terrain of France, scarred by defeat, became a silent ally, offering shadows, passages, and hiding places where defiance could survive. In these landscapes, the earliest resistors discovered that their homeland itself was a battlefield, and one they could navigate better than the occupiers. The first resistors were often intellectuals, veterans, and students, people whose personal histories or political convictions made defeat intolerable. In Paris, ethnologist Boris Wilde and his colleagues at the Musée de l'Homme risked their lives to print and distribute anti-German leaflets, turning their scientific precision into logistical discipline. Henry Frenay, a young army officer, defied Vichy's call to obedience and began to form what would later become the combat movement, gathering like-minded patriots in Lyon. Writers like Jean Texier used pamphlets to remind readers that occupation was not destiny, his 10 commandments of the French urging citizens to resist despair and maintain dignity. Students, humiliated by propaganda lectures, gathered in secret to discuss politics, read forbidden works, and scrawl slogans on city walls at night. Many of these individuals had no weapons, no foreign support, and no blueprint, yet their belief that France still existed as an idea made them dangerous in the eyes of the occupiers. For Vichy authorities and the Gestapo, these lone figures were harder to trace than organized armies, for they moved in silence, striking with words more often than bullets. Their courage inspired others, turning despair into action, one leaflet, one whispered conversation, or one act of defiance at a time. Arrests came swiftly for some. Boris Wilde was executed in 1942, but their sacrifice elevated their cause, proving that even isolated resistance could echo across a nation. These early leaders were the architects of a new form of warfare, one waged with ideas, secrecy, and the refusal to surrender identity. And though they were few, their example transformed passive suffering into the first organized defiance of occupation. Every act of early resistance carried a crushing weight of risk, for betrayal and surveillance lurked in every corner of occupied France. Neighbors might denounce one another out of fear or personal gain, and a careless word overheard in a cafe could seal an entire group's fate. German agents infiltrated universities, factories, and churches, pretending to sympathize in order to identify and dismantle underground circles. Arrested resistors were dragged to interrogation rooms where torture methods, beatings, electrical shocks, starvation extracted names that shattered fragile networks. The penalty for distributing a leaflet or tuning into radio laundries could be death, and execution posters nailed in public squares reminded everyone of the occupier's grip. Yet fear did not extinguish resistance. It sharpened it, teaching resistors the art of secrecy, compartmentalization, and trust. Passwords, coded messages, and careful vetting became survival mechanisms, ensuring that if one member was captured, others could continue the work. Families bore the cost, with wives, parents, and children left to face reprisals when husbands or sons vanished into prisons or firing squads. Still, the cycle of arrest and replacement continued, as if resistance itself could regenerate, growing stronger with every martyrdom. Betrayal haunted these early years, but so did the conviction that silence was worse than death, a belief that allowed the underground to endure. By late 1941, the sparks of defiance had spread far enough that the occupiers could no longer dismiss them as isolated irritants, for they had become the embryo of a movement that would one day challenge the German war machine. Underground newspapers circulated in thousands of copies, radio laundries reached millions of listeners, and Sabotage, though still modest, had proven its potential to disrupt. The Gestapo intensified its crackdown, but repression only confirmed that defiance was real, that the occupier feared words as much as weapons. For civilians weary of oppression, the existence of resistors gave meaning to hunger, humiliation, and despair, proving that France's spirit had not been extinguished. Each act of defiance, however small, was amplified by whispers, retellings, and imagination, transforming a handful of leaflets, or a derailed train into legends of courage. The lone voices of 1940 and 1941 did not yet form an army, but they created a culture of resistance, a moral community that spanned cities, villages, and families. They proved that defiance was possible, that the occupier was not omnipotent, and that dignity could be preserved even under tyranny. Their work prepared the soil for broader networks, teaching the skills of secrecy, propaganda, and sabotage that would later sustain the Maquis and coordinate with Allied intelligence. Above all, they kept hope alive, and in an occupied nation, hope was as dangerous as dynamite. These lone voices had begun a symphony, one that would grow louder with every passing year until it became the roar of liberation. On June 17, 1940, as Marshal Peyton's government prepared to sign the armistice, one relatively unknown brigadier general refused to accept defeat, his resolve setting him on a course that would alter the fate of France. Charles de Gaulle, tall, severe, and uncompromising, had only recently been promoted after a bold counterattack at Moncornet, where his tank units briefly slowed the German advance. He sensed that surrender would not only cripple France militarily, but also erase its moral standing in the world, leaving the nation's honor in ruins. With the political establishment collapsing around him, de Gaulle boarded a plane to London on June 17th, carrying little more than his convictions and a desperate sense of duty. Britain, already bloodied by the fall of Norway and the evacuation from Dunkirk, became the last refuge for those unwilling to submit to Hitler's terms. Winston Churchill, ever the pragmatist, saw in de Gaulle a potential rallying figure for French exiles, though his stature in France was almost non-existent. The journey was not heroic in appearance. No parade, no army, only a single man choosing exile over capitulation. Yet within hours, the decision had symbolic weight, a signal that France's story was not over, that one officer at least refused to lower the flag. Exile is a lonely weapon, but for de Gaulle it became the foundation of his claim to legitimacy. And in London, a voice was waiting to speak across the Channel, carrying a message that would echo through history. On June 18, 1940, from the BBC studios in London, Charles de Gaulle delivered his first broadcast, an appeal to the French people to continue the struggle against Nazi Germany. Few heard the words live. Only a handful of radios caught his measured tones as he urged soldiers, engineers, and workers to refuse submission, but the speech's significance lay in its afterlife. It was copied, circulated, repeated in whispers, and became known as the Appeal of the 18th of June, a founding text of resistance that framed defeat as temporary and duty as eternal. De Gaulle spoke of France's immense resources overseas, its colonies in Africa, and the potential for an eventual reversal once Britain, and inevitably America, joined the war in full force. His words were not bombastic but deliberate, a mixture of stern realism and unshakable faith, crafted to strike the conscience of listeners who had felt abandoned by their leaders. The Vichy government condemned him as a traitor, stripping him of rank and sentencing him in absentia to death, but this only increased his credibility among those who sought another path. Radio Londres amplified his appeal, replaying fragments, adding commentary, and turning the speech into a legend larger than its actual audience. For many in France, simply knowing that a French general had spoken from London was enough to kindle a spark of pride. In the occupied zone, clandestine listeners repeated the phrase "La flamme de la résistance ne doit pas s'éteindre," the flame of resistance must not be extinguished. The appeal was not just a broadcast, it was a manifesto, a claim that France still lived wherever its sons and daughters chose to resist, and from that moment, de Gaulle was no longer an officer in exile, but the embodiment of free France. The Free French movement that emerged in London was fragile, improvised, and constantly overshadowed by doubts, yet it slowly gathered form. At its heart were a few hundred exiled officers, sailors and airmen who had escaped capture and refused to swear loyalty to Vichy. Naval crews brought ships to British ports. Mechanics offered their skills to repair aircraft, and colonial administrators in Equatorial Africa declared allegiance to de Gaulle. His base of operations began modestly, with little funding, limited manpower, and a dependence on British goodwill for every broadcast and every rifle. Churchill, wary of alienating Petain's regime, often treated de Gaulle as a useful but troublesome ally, giving him access to the microphone but not to real political power. Yet de Gaulle's persistence and stern manner earned him respect even among those who found him difficult, for he embodied the uncompromising idea that France could not be spoken for by collaborators. By late 1940, Free French forces numbered only a few thousand, but their symbolic weight far exceeded their military size. The Cross of Lorraine, chosen as their emblem, was painted on ships, stitched on uniforms, and scrawled on walls in occupied France as a rival to the swastika. From London, Free France issued proclamations, recruited volunteers, and began constructing the idea of a parallel state, a government in exile that refused to recognize Vichy's legitimacy. It was not yet a movement of armies, but it was a movement of legitimacy, a claim that the true France still stood in defiance. And legitimacy, in war as in politics, was a weapon as sharp as any blade. While London offered de Gaulle a voice, the question of legitimacy divided France between two competing visions of authority. Vichy, led by Marshal Pétain, claimed continuity, legality and sovereignty, presenting itself as the lawful government of France. De Gaulle countered that legitimacy was not found in signatures on armistices, but in the will to resist occupation, and thus only Free France represented the nation's true honor. For civilians, the choice was not abstract. It affected which leaders they obeyed, which laws they followed, and whom they dared to call their government. The rivalry played out in embassies abroad, as nations weighed whether to recognize Vichy's diplomats or those sent by de Gaulle's small London bureau. In Africa, the contest was sharpest. Chad, Cameroon, and Congo declared for Free France, while other colonies, including French North Africa, initially clung to Vichy. Soldiers faced a dilemma of conscience, for to follow Pétain meant obedience but dishonor, while to join de Gaulle meant exile, uncertainty, and sometimes being branded a traitor to their comrades. Vichy used its resources to smear de Gaulle as reckless, ambitious, and dangerous, hoping to isolate him, while German propaganda dismissed him as Churchill's puppet. Yet his refusal to yield, his stern visage, and his unwavering insistence on the future of France gave him credibility in the eyes of those who longed for defiance. Legitimacy was not measured in numbers, but in faith, and de Gaulle's claim to embody France rested not on his strength, but on his refusal to admit weakness. In that stubbornness lay the seed of his eventual triumph. The internal resistance in occupied France, meanwhile, looked upon de Gaulle with a mixture of admiration, hope, and suspicion. For students scribbling graffiti at night or journalists running illegal presses, the voice from London was both an inspiration and a reminder of distance. Many resistors felt that exiles could not fully understand the risks of everyday occupation, the hunger, the curfews, the knock at midnight. De Gaulle's broadcasts carried moral weight, but his authority inside France was tenuous, mediated through radios and pamphlets smuggled across borders. Some groups, especially communists and left-wing intellectuals, distrusted him as too conservative, a military man tied to the old order that had already failed the Republic. Others hesitated to pledge loyalty to someone who seemed dependent on British goodwill, fearing that Free France might be more symbol than substance. Yet for all their doubts, His presence in London reassured them that their scattered actions were part of a larger cause, a struggle that had meaning beyond individual sacrifice. Slowly, intermediaries carried messages back and forth, linking underground leaders to Free French contacts, though these exchanges were fraught with betrayal and miscommunication. The tension between internal and external resistance was real, but so was the shared belief that France could rise again. And in that fragile connection, the groundwork for eventual unity was laid, even if mistrust remained as constant as hope. The Free French also began to fight, their soldiers and sailors proving that exile did not mean passivity. French pilots flew alongside the RAF in the Battle of Britain, their tricolour insignia painted beneath British roundels, a reminder that France's skies were not wholly surrendered. Naval vessels such as the submarine Narval and destroyers anchored in British ports raised the Cross of Lorraine and carried Free French crews into combat on the Atlantic. In Africa, the Battle of Kufra in 1941 marked the first victory of Free French ground forces, a small but symbolically crucial triumph in the Libyan desert against Italian troops. These battles were modest in scale, but they announced to the world that Free France was not merely rhetoric but flesh and blood. Volunteers came from colonies, from exiled sailors, from prisoners of war who escaped captivity, their numbers small but their determination immense. De Gaulle, ever conscious of symbolism, celebrated each victory with solemn pronouncements that magnified their significance. To the Allies, the Free French were often an irritant too small to matter, too insistent to ignore, yet their very existence kept France in the war. For the occupied homeland, news of these victories filtered back through radio Londres and clandestine newspapers, igniting pride in a people starved for hope. Each skirmish, each sortie, each broadcast became part of a narrative. France had fallen, but it had not died. And the men and women who rallied to the Cross of Lorraine embodied that refusal to surrender. The relationship between de Gaulle and Churchill was complex, oscillating between alliance and exasperation. Churchill valued de Gaulle's symbolic importance, but found his stubbornness infuriating, especially when the general refused to compromise on matters of pride. At times, British ministers sought to sideline him, negotiating with Vichy officials in hopes of swaying them, only to discover that de Gaulle's persistence made him indispensable. Churchill once remarked that de Gaulle carried the infinite capacity to make himself indispensable by being thoroughly impossible, a tribute both to his arrogance and his determination. For de Gaulle, Britain was not a patron but a partner, one whose interests did not always align with France's dignity. He resisted every attempt to reduce Free France to a mere appendage of British strategy, insisting that his movement represented a sovereign nation, not an auxiliary force. This insistence strained relations but also cemented his authority among exiled Frenchmen, who saw in his defiance the same pride they longed to preserve. Their arguments were as fierce as their cooperation, but out of this tension emerged a bond forged in necessity and shared danger. Churchill may not have loved de Gaulle, but he knew he needed him, just as de Gaulle knew he could not wage war without Britain's shelter. Their uneasy alliance embodied the paradox of exile, mistrust and reliance, pride and pragmatism, bound together by the common enemy of Nazi Germany. And in that paradox, the Free French found both survival and a growing measure of power. By 1942, Free France was still small in numbers but vast in symbolic significance, its voice carried by radio waves and its flag carried into battles from Africa to the skies over Britain. Inside occupied France, underground groups debated whether to pledge allegiance to de Gaulle, but even those who hesitated drew strength from the knowledge that exile had not silenced the nation. Vichy denounced him, Germany mocked him, and even some allies doubted him, but his persistence transformed him from an obscure officer into the embodiment of French defiance. He became a myth as much as a man, his name synonymous with refusal, his cross of Lorraine painted on walls beside graffiti slogans of resistance. The tension between external and internal resistors remained unresolved, a fragile balance of distance and distrust that would only find unity later in the war. Yet by holding fast to the idea that France still lived, de Gaulle gave scattered acts of defiance a banner under which they could one day unite. His broadcasts, his stubbornness, and his small but determined forces kept alive the notion that surrender was not destiny. For a nation under occupation, that belief was more precious than any weapon. And though his path was lonely, de Gaulle had achieved something monumental. He had given France a voice when silence seemed inevitable. That voice would echo louder with each passing year, carrying hope across seas, deserts, and occupied cities until it could no longer be ignored. When Germany occupied France in 1940, the Wehrmacht's bayonets enforced control on the streets. But it was the Gestapo that gripped the nation's throat in the shadows. Officially known as the Geheime Staatspolizei, the secret state police arrived in Paris with files, typewriters, and the mandate to crush dissent at its root. They were not an army but an apparatus of fear, trained to dismantle conspiracies before they blossomed into open rebellion. Their methods combined German ruthlessness with French complicity, recruiting informers and exploiting weaknesses in communities where suspicion could be weaponized. The Gestapo maintained offices in every major city, often housed in commandeered hotels whose grand lobbies were transformed into waiting rooms of dread. Interrogators carried pistols on their belts, but their real arsenal was psychological terror, the certainty that anyone brought inside might never emerge alive. Dossiers filled with names, addresses, and rumors became weapons as deadly as bullets, enabling precision strikes against underground networks. For ordinary Frenchmen, the sight of a black Opel car pulling up outside a home was enough to freeze the blood, for it usually meant someone was about to vanish into custody. The Gestapo's power lay not only in arrests but in uncertainty, for no one knew who might betray them or how deeply the infiltrations reached. And in that uncertainty, they cultivated a climate of silence that made resistance a constant gamble with death. The SS, Hitler's elite corps, played an equally sinister role in occupied France, binding ideology to violence with clinical precision. While the Wehrmacht manned checkpoints and patrolled boulevards, SS units controlled prisons, organized deportations, and enforced racial policies with uncompromising brutality. They collaborated closely with the Gestapo, creating a seamless machinery of oppression where intelligence and violence reinforced one another. Camps like Drancy, on the outskirts of Paris, became holding pens for Jews arrested in roundups, guarded by French police, but supervised by SS officers who dictated every transport to Auschwitz. These men, often veterans of brutal campaigns in Poland and the East, brought with them methods honed in extermination and counterinsurgency. They saw resistance fighters not as soldiers but as criminals, subject to summary execution or torture without the protections of conventional warfare. The SS also trained French collaborators, teaching interrogation methods and counterintelligence techniques that would later be applied with chilling effectiveness. Their uniforms, black and immaculate, carried an aura of invincibility designed to project terror before a word was spoken. When SS detachments moved through French towns, their presence was a theater of domination, the boots, insignia, and snarled commands designed to leave no doubt about who ruled. To many French citizens, the SS embodied the occupation's most ruthless face, cold, methodical, and mercilessly efficient. Yet the occupiers' reach was not absolute, for repression required not only German muscle, but French hands willing to turn against their own. In 1943, Pierre Laval and Joseph Darnand organized the Milice, a paramilitary police force loyal to Vichy, tasked with hunting resistors with the zeal of traitors who had chosen survival over honor. Darnand, a World War I veteran decorated for bravery, had once been a patriot, but by the occupation he had embraced fascism with fervor, pledging loyalty directly to Hitler. The Milice dressed in distinctive uniforms, blue jackets, berets and armbands, and carried rifles and pistols supplied by the occupiers. They conducted raids on safe houses, infiltrated clandestine meetings, and paraded through towns as a warning that resistance would be punished by French hands as much as German. For many citizens, betrayal by the Milice was worse than by the Gestapo, for it was neighbors, clerks, or even relatives who pointed the finger, their knowledge of local terrain making them more dangerous than foreign occupiers. Recruitment often came from desperation. Petty criminals offered a choice between prison and service, opportunists seeking power, or men embittered by poverty and humiliation. Once armed and emboldened, the Milice became infamous for their brutality, outpacing even their German mentors in cruelty. They beat civilians in public squares, dragged priests from pulpits, and humiliated women suspected of aiding fugitives. Every act of betrayal by the Milice deepened the wound of occupation, reminding the French that the enemy was not only across the Rhine, but also within their own villages. In their hands, collaboration became weaponized treachery. The Gestapo and Milice made use of torture not merely as a tool of interrogation, but as a weapon of psychological warfare, designed to break communities as much as individuals. Interrogation rooms in Paris, Lyon, and Marseille became chambers of horror where prisoners were subjected to beatings, electrocution, waterboarding, and endless hours of deprivation. Captured resistors, stripped of dignity and hope, were often forced to listen to the screams of their comrades in adjacent cells, a calculated cruelty designed to extract confessions without words. Women couriers endured assaults and humiliation, their bodies turned into battlegrounds in the occupiers' war on dignity. Some prisoners resisted to the end, clinging to silence with a defiance that became legendary among survivors, while others broke, not out of cowardice, but out of the simple human limit of endurance. Names given under duress often led to cascading arrests, collapsing entire networks painstakingly built over months or years. The Gestapo understood this chain reaction, exploiting it with surgical efficiency to dismantle cells before they could rebuild. Torture also had a performative aspect. Prisoners returned to their communities, broken and scarred, living warnings that resistance carried consequences beyond death. Yet even in these chambers of terror, courage endured. Stories of resistors singing the Massacres under torture spread like wildfire, inspiring others even as individuals perished. Torture was meant to extinguish defiance, but in memory it often immortalized it, turning victims into martyrs whose names lived on in whispers and leaflets. And so the very tool of terror sometimes became the seed of resistance. Executions followed swiftly, conducted with bureaucratic precision meant to demonstrate inevitability. Captured resistors were often tried in sham courts, their sentences foregone conclusions delivered in German or Vichy-controlled tribunals. Public shootings were staged in fields or against the walls of prisons. The condemned lined up while posters announcing their deaths were plastered across cities the next morning. Hostage policies amplified the terror. For every German soldier killed, 10 or more French civilians might be executed in reprisal, their names published as a warning. Mass graves filled with teachers, factory workers, and farmers bore silent witness to the occupiers' ruthless arithmetic of vengeance. The Milice joined in these executions, sometimes eager to prove their loyalty by taking the lead in firing squads against their own countrymen. Resistance members executed at Mont Valérien, a fortress outside Paris, became symbols of sacrifice, their final letters smuggled out to families as testaments of unbroken spirit. The purpose of these executions was not only to remove enemies, but to suffocate hope, to make every French citizen fear that resistance was both futile and fatal. Yet paradoxically, the more blood that was spilled, the more martyrdom was created, feeding the moral reservoir of defiance. Death silenced individuals, but amplified the cause, for each bullet fired against a resistor carried an echo that lived on in memory and rage. And that echo, in time, grew louder than the occupiers' proclamations. The Gestapo's methods of infiltration relied heavily on informants, double agents, and the careful cultivation of betrayal. Many arrests began not with German investigation, but with a neighbor's whisper, a rival's jealousy, or a collaborator's bargain for personal advantage. In cities, cafes became nests of surveillance, where waiters reported overheard conversations and customers might be undercover agents probing for careless remarks. The Milice perfected the art of infiltration, sending men to pose as sympathizers seeking to join networks, only to deliver entire groups into the hands of the Gestapo. Some French policemen, compelled by orders or ideology, provided lists of suspected dissidents, turning civic institutions into extensions of repression. The result was a climate where trust itself became a scarce commodity, where even family ties were strained by the possibility of betrayal. Resistance leaders responded with strict compartmentalization, ensuring that no member knew more than a handful of contacts, but even this could not prevent devastating losses when betrayals reached the core. Betrayal was not only personal but systemic, a weapon wielded as efficiently as rifles or bombs. For ordinary people, it meant living in a world where the enemy's reach was invisible and omnipresent, where safety was an illusion easily shattered by a knock at the door. In such an environment, the act of trusting another became itself an act of resistance. Despite the omnipresence of terror, the brutality of the Gestapo and Milice ultimately hardened the resolve of those they sought to break. Families of executed resistors often chose to join the underground rather than retreat into fear, carrying on the work of the fallen. Communities learned to navigate repression, creating warning systems, safe houses, and signals to avoid raids, turning survival into a collective craft. Underground presses printed the names of martyrs, ensuring that the dead were remembered not as victims but as heroes, their sacrifice reframed as proof of French endurance. Religious leaders, though often cautious, sometimes used sermons to denounce brutality in veiled language, offering spiritual defiance that nurtured courage. The black market, though condemned by Vichy, became a lifeline that fed not only hungry families, but clandestine groups who depended on forged ration cards and smuggled supplies. Even among collaborators, guilt and disillusion sometimes turned into secret sabotage, as individuals quietly undermined the very apparatus they had joined. The cycle of repression and resistance thus became self-reinforcing, with every act of brutality planting seeds of anger that sprouted into defiance. The Gestapo and Milice succeeded in silencing thousands, but they failed to silence the nation's conscience. Their violence created martyrs, and martyrs created memory, and memory proved impossible to erase. In this paradox lay the occupiers' ultimate failure. By 1944, the Gestapo and Milice had become synonymous with terror. Their names whispered with the same dread as disease or famine. They had tortured, executed, and betrayed thousands, but they had also galvanized a nation into defiance, making resistance not merely an option but a necessity for survival and dignity. Their offices, once symbols of omnipotence, would soon become abandoned relics as the Allied advance and internal uprisings swept them aside. Many of their leaders, from Klaus Barbie in Lyon to Darnan in Vichy, would face justice after the war, their crimes exposed in trials that revealed the depth of their cruelty. Yet their legacy was not only written in courtrooms, but in the memories of those who had suffered, resisted, and endured under their reign. For every execution poster, there was a clandestine leaflet. For every betrayal, a new recruit rose to take the fallen's place. The terror they sowed was real and devastating, but it also proved that repression has limits, that a nation's spirit cannot be extinguished by torture and bullets alone. The Gestapo and Milice had sought to erase resistance, but in the end they became the very reason it grew stronger. France's underground fighters carried their scars, but they also carried their defiance, a defiance that would soon erupt into open insurrection. And in the ruins of Gestapo offices and the trials of Milice collaborators, the story of their failure was written alongside the story of France's rebirth. From the earliest days of occupation, women became the invisible arteries of the French resistance, moving messages, weapons, and fugitives through a landscape thick with danger. Unlike men of fighting age, women could ride bicycles, board trains, or walk through checkpoints with less suspicion, their presence explained by errands, work, or family visits. This invisibility was their shield, but also their burden, for it forced them to bear risks quietly, with little expectation of recognition. Female couriers carried microfilms stitched into hems, letters hidden in loaves of bread, and radio parts disguised as groceries in market baskets. They learned to disguise fear with the casual rhythm of daily life, a calm smile masking the knowledge that discovery meant torture or death. Many were young, in their 20s, university students or housewives, who slipped from lectures or kitchens into clandestine meetings. Some used their children as cover, pushing prams filled not only with blankets, but with banned newspapers or forged identity cards. Others became skilled cyclists, pedaling across countryside roads at night, with messages that could alter entire Allied operations. They carried not rifles but words, and in a war where information was lifeblood, that role made them indispensable. And through these quiet acts, women gave the resistance both its reach and its resilience. Among the most celebrated figures was Lucy Aubrac, a schoolteacher turned militant who defied both the Gestapo and the constraints of her time. Born Lucy Bernard, she had studied history at the Sorbonne, a training that sharpened her discipline and political awareness. With her husband Raymond Aubrac, she became a pillar of the Lion resistance, working under the perilous gaze of Klaus Barbie, the Butcher of Lyon. In 1943, when Raymond was arrested, Lucy orchestrated a daring rescue, convincing authorities that she was an unknowing fiancé and staging a fake wedding as cover. The plan culminated in an ambush on a German convoy, freeing her husband in one of the most legendary escapes of the French underground. Her courage was not an anomaly, but part of a pattern, for she balanced motherhood with clandestine meetings, teaching by day and plotting by night. Lucy embodied the dual lives many women lived, nurturing families while defying the occupier with iron resolve. The Gestapo underestimated her repeatedly, blinded by sexism that assumed women were peripheral actors in war. That blindness was her weapon, enabling her to outwit men who underestimated her intelligence and resolve. Her story became not only one of survival, but of leadership, proof that women could command as well as carry. Another towering figure was Bertie Albrecht, a nurse and social worker whose political convictions made her one of the resistance's earliest organizers. A committed feminist before the war, she had founded journals advocating women's rights, a background that gave her both the networks and the determination to fight occupation. In 1941, she co-founded the movement Combat with Henri Frenay, bringing structure to underground activities in Lyon and beyond. Bertie specialized in logistics, safe houses, forged documents, and clandestine printing presses that kept the resistance alive through its most fragile years. Her apartment became a hub of defiance, filled with leaflets, typewriters, and hidden supplies, while she moved between meetings with the confidence of one accustomed to public life. Arrested multiple times, she endured brutal interrogations but never betrayed her comrades, protecting networks that might otherwise have collapsed. In 1943, captured once more, she was found hanged in her prison cell under suspicious circumstances, many believing she was murdered by her captors. Her death became a rallying cry, her name invoked in leaflets and whispered in cells as proof of unbreakable defiance. She represented the strain of women who were not only couriers but visionaries, shaping the very architecture of resistance. In her sacrifice, the resistance gained both a martyr and a model of uncompromising resolve. Women's ability to move unseen was not only a matter of underestimation but of deliberate strategy, turning gender expectations into tactical advantage. German patrols scrutinized young men on trains demanding papers and searching belongings, but a woman with groceries or children often passed with a mere glance. This created opportunities for daring missions carrying explosives hidden in handbags, disguising weapons beneath shawls, or concealing intelligence within children's toys. Couriers learned to use fashion itself as camouflage, dressing conservatively to appear invisible, or stylishly to disarm suspicion, each choice calculated for the terrain. Female doctors and nurses exploited their medical roles, smuggling messages in bandages or tending to wounded resistors under the guise of ordinary care. Secretaries in German offices memorized troop movements while appearing to type routine correspondence, their access giving them unparalleled intelligence. Housewives staged clandestine meetings in kitchens where teapots and flour sacks concealed maps and radios from sudden searches. In rural areas, milkmaids and farmers' wives became guides for fugitives, leading Allied pilots through forests under the cover of familiar chores. These acts did not make headlines, but they shaped the flow of resistance, each successful delivery a quiet victory. Women turned invisibility into power, using the occupiers' assumptions as weapons. Yet invisibility came at a cost, for the balance between domestic life and clandestine war tore at women in ways often unseen. Mothers raised children while slipping out at night to pass messages or attend secret gatherings, always returning before dawn with hands trembling from fear. Wives kept households running even as husbands disappeared into prisons or forests, shouldering both domestic burdens and the weight of rebellion. Some were widows of executed resistors, who transformed grief into activism, preserving networks in their husbands' names while caring for families alone. Others used their roles as daughters and sisters, caring for elders while hiding fugitives in attics, stitching defiance into the rhythm of ordinary life. The double existence demanded secrecy even within families. Children often did not know why their mothers left late at night, or why strangers came and went under whispered instructions. These women bore not only the risk of capture, but the agony of silence, unable to share their fears or triumphs, even with those they loved most. When arrests came, children were left behind, bewildered, their mother's absence explained only as sudden disappearance. This dual life required extraordinary resilience, blending tenderness with iron will. In the private spaces of kitchens and nurseries, war's cruelty clashed with the defiance of women who refused to yield, and it was in those contradictions that much of the resistance's endurance was forged. Not all women were couriers or organizers. Many became spies, operating in shadows where information was more lethal than bombs. Students joined clandestine circles at universities, their notebooks hiding maps and contact lists. Journalists disguised political manifestos as harmless essays, planting coded messages in the very articles censored by Vichy censors. Some women infiltrated German offices, using charm or guile to extract details of troop movements and supply chains. Others served as radio operators, their fingers tapping Morse code across continents, their signals hunted by German direction-finding vans prowling the streets. The tension of every broadcast was suffocating, for operators had only minutes before detection could triangulate their location. Women like André Borel and Violette Sabot, working with the British SOE, parachuted into France carrying codes, explosives, and the authority to organize sabotage. They trained in firearms, demolition, and hand-to-hand combat, proving themselves as capable in action as in espionage. Many did not survive. Sabot was captured and executed in Ravensbrück, but their courage expanded the definition of what women could do in war. In their espionage, women proved not merely invisible couriers but active architects of sabotage and intelligence. And through their sacrifice, the resistance reached a level of sophistication that made it a true threat to the occupiers. The Germans recognized the danger women posed, and when they were captured, the brutality was unrelenting. Female prisoners were interrogated with the same cruelty as men, subjected to torture designed to break both body and spirit. In Fresnes prison, women were beaten, starved, and kept in isolation, their cries echoing through corridors designed to instill terror. Many were deported to Ravensbrück, the notorious women's concentration camp, where forced labor, disease, and executions claimed thousands of lives. Yet even there, defiance persisted. Women formed secret circles, sharing scraps of news, preserving morale, and sustaining the flame of resistance in the darkest conditions. Letters smuggled from cells carried messages of courage, their words preserved as testaments of unbroken resolve. Some sang patriotic songs in defiance of guards, their voices frail but unyielding in the face of death. Others continued to organize, protecting younger prisoners or sabotaging factory work inside the camps. Every act of courage under captivity became part of a collective legend, stories retold after liberation, as proof that even under the worst cruelty, dignity endured. The suffering of captured women was immense, but so too was the inspiration they left behind, and their memory became woven into the resistance's very identity. By 1944, women had become essential to every branch of resistance, from propaganda networks to armed Maquis units in the mountains. They carried rifles into ambushes, detonated explosives against rail lines, and led escapes that freed prisoners from German convoys. Figures like Marie-Madeleine Fourcade, head of the Intelligence Network Alliance, commanded hundreds of agents, proving that women could lead vast operations with precision and authority. Their achievements, once dismissed as secondary, became undeniable as liberation neared, their roles written into the very victories of France's freedom. At the same time, countless anonymous women, shopkeepers, nurses, mothers, contributed in ways that never reached headlines but kept the resistance alive. Each forged paper, each whispered warning, each loaf of bread given to a fugitive was a thread in the tapestry of defiance. Liberation revealed the scale of their contribution, though recognition was often delayed or muted in a society eager to restore traditional roles. Yet history remembers them not only as auxiliaries, but as central architects of survival, intelligence, and rebellion. Their courage proved that war's front lines were not only in trenches and forests, but in kitchens, classrooms, and prison cells. And in the story of the resistance, the women of France stood as equal warriors, their defiance shaping both its endurance and its triumph. The resistance did not emerge as a single army, but as a patchwork of networks, small cells scattered across France, each born from local initiative and necessity. In Paris, Lyon, Toulouse, and countless provincial towns, clusters of students, veterans, journalists, and civil servants began forming circles of trust. They met in back rooms, attics, and cafes, speaking in whispers and measuring every word against the risk of betrayal. Their structure was deliberately fragile, yet resilient. No single cell held the whole picture, ensuring survival if one branch was cut down. Networks grew like roots, spreading quietly, branching into smaller units, connected by couriers who knew only a handful of names. Leaders understood that secrecy was survival, and so compartmentalization became their armor against the Gestapo's relentless pursuit. A leaflet might be written in one house, typed in another, printed in a third, and distributed by a fourth, each link blind to the larger chain. This structure bred inefficiency but protected the whole, allowing resistance to endure even in the face of devastating arrests. It was not a conventional army, but a living web, flexible enough to bend without breaking, and in that web lay the secret to its survival. The lifeblood of these networks was communication, carried by couriers who risked everything on every journey. They rode bicycles through the countryside with messages tucked into handlebars, or boarded trains with satchels containing microfilms hidden beneath false bottoms. Passwords were exchanged with subtle gestures, a phrase about the weather, a question about directions, an agreed-upon response that unlocked trust. In safe houses, knocks on the door followed precise rhythms, distinguishing friend from infiltrator in the silence of night. Messages were written in invisible ink, coded into poems, or concealed within seemingly harmless letters about family affairs. Couriers often worked alone, young women chosen because guards were less suspicious, their innocence a mask for deadly cargo. Every encounter carried unbearable tension. A Gestapo patrol on a train, a random search at a checkpoint, a suspicious glance from a neighbor. Yet most couriers succeeded, their discipline and composure turning fear into invisibility. The resistance survived because these individuals treated every journey as if the nation itself depended on their discretion. And in many ways it did. As networks matured, distinct movements began to form, each with its own identity, leadership, and vision of France's future. Combat, founded by Henri Frenay and later joined by Bertie Albrecht, grew into one of the largest, producing underground newspapers and building cells across southern France. Liberation, rooted in Lyon under Emmanuel d'Astier de la Vigergue, combined socialist ideals with militant action, drawing intellectuals and workers alike. Franc Tireur, another influential group, emerged with a focus on propaganda and recruitment, spreading leaflets and rallying support through the written word. These movements were not monolithic, but diverse, shaped by politics, ideology, and the personalities of their leaders. Tensions simmered between communists, socialists, and conservatives, each suspicious of the other's ultimate goals for France. Yet, despite differences, all shared a common enemy in occupation and a common purpose in defiance. Underground presses became their voices, carrying names like banners, proof that defiance was alive and growing. By 1942, their influence reached tens of thousands, their leaflets passing from hand to hand like sparks lighting dry tinder. Each movement was both fragile and fierce, its survival balanced on secrecy, its power measured not in weapons but in words. And together, these names, combat, liberation, Franc Tireur, became the pillars of organized resistance. Security and compartmentalization were not luxuries, but the very conditions of survival, forged from bitter experience. Early groups that lacked discipline were torn apart when captured members revealed names under torture, entire cells collapsing in a single night. Leaders learned quickly that ignorance was a form of protection. No one should know more than what their role required. New recruits were vetted through slow, careful observation, repeated meetings in public places, coded exchanges, and tests of loyalty before deeper trust was extended. False identities were issued, forged papers crafted with painstaking detail, each stamp and signature mimicked by skilled artisans. Safe houses rotated constantly, never used for long, their addresses burned or memorized rather than written. When arrests came, leaders often vanished overnight, leaving no trace for the enemy to follow, while others melted into the countryside to rebuild anew. Radios were never kept in one place for long, their operators shifting between apartments, barns, and attics, transmitting in short bursts before detection vans could triangulate their position. This discipline was exhausting, but it meant that networks, once shattered, could regenerate quickly from surviving fragments, and through such discipline, the resistance endured. Intelligence networks added another layer of complexity, turning the resistance into the eyes and ears of the Allies. Groups like Alliance, sometimes called the Noah's Ark, because agents used animal code names, compiled reports on German troop movements, convoy schedules, and coastal fortifications. Spies memorized details of trains, the number of wagons, the type of cargo, the insignias on crates, and passed them on to London through secret radios. Farmers noted airfields carved into fields, while workers reported on factories producing parts for tanks and aircraft. Each scrap of detail was collated into reports that shaped Allied bombing raids and invasion planning. The price of this intelligence was high. Radio operators, hunted by direction-finding vans, were captured, tortured, and executed with brutal regularity. Yet new operators replaced them, their courage feeding the flow of data that made the resistance indispensable to the Allied war effort. This intelligence was often the first tangible proof that the underground mattered beyond France's borders, that their sacrifices directly weakened Hitler's armies. For many resistors, the act of observation and reporting was as dangerous as sabotage, requiring the same courage without the satisfaction of a visible explosion. Intelligence turned secrecy into strategy, linking France's shadow war to the global conflict. And in this way, networks became not only fighters but strategists of liberation. But networks were not invincible, and betrayal haunted them at every turn. The Gestapo exploited informants, planted double agents, and tore apart groups with precision once a weak link was found. Arrests could lead to cascades of destruction, as names revealed under torture spread like wildfire through German dossiers. Safe houses once thought secure became traps, their doors kicked in by men in leather coats carrying pistols and handcuffs. Executions followed swiftly, posters plastered on walls, announcing the deaths of captured resistors as warnings. Yet for every network destroyed, others rose in their place, rebuilt by survivors and newcomers unwilling to surrender. This cycle of destruction and rebirth was brutal, but it hardened the movement, teaching caution and discipline through the crucible of loss. The enemy's very efficiency forced the resistance to evolve, adopting stricter codes, better forgeries, and ever tighter compartmentalization. Betrayal left scars, but it also bred resilience, for every martyr's name became a rallying cry. And in that paradox, the resistance grew stronger with each attempt to silence it. The geography of France shaped the architecture of these networks, giving them both obstacles and opportunities. In the cities, dense populations offered anonymity, but surveillance was constant, forcing urban networks to operate like shadows. Lyon, with its twisting alleys and hidden courtyards, became a natural hub, its topography shielding meetings and courier routes. Paris, vast and sprawling, offered both immense cover and immense danger, a city where every wall might hide a spy. In the countryside, farms and villages became nodes of support, offering barns for storage, fields for parachute drops, and forests for clandestine gatherings. Railways tied these worlds together, both the lifeblood of German logistics and the arteries of resistance couriers. Rivers and canals provided discrete routes for transport, while mountains near the Spanish border became escape corridors for fugitives and pilots. Geography was not neutral. It was a battlefield of its own, shaping tactics, hiding places, and the rhythm of clandestine life. Every hill, alley, and river crossing carried the weight of danger and possibility, and in mastering the land, the networks mastered survival. By 1943, the resistance had transformed from scattered sparks into a lattice of networks stretching across France, each fragile in itself but powerful in combination. Their structure, born of necessity, had become their strength, decentralized, compartmentalized, and resilient against repression. Movements like Combat, Liberation, and Franc-Tireur had grown into forces with thousands of members, their presses printing tens of thousands of clandestine newspapers. Couriers cycled day and night. Passwords passed in whispers. Radios pulsed across the channel, and safe houses flickered like beacons in the dark. Security was never perfect. Losses were constant, and betrayal always a shadow at the door, but the networks endured. What began as improvisation had become an underground nation, a mirror France hidden beneath the occupier's gaze. Its citizens carried no uniforms, marched in no parades, but their discipline, secrecy, and courage forged an invisible army. That army, though silent, was preparing for the day when silence would end. And in the darkness of occupied France, the networks of resistance grew into the backbone of liberation. Sabotage was the heartbeat of the resistance's war against the occupier, a silent campaign of explosions, derailments, and disappearances that undermined German confidence at every turn. In a conflict where open battle was impossible, the resistors turned to the shadows, wielding dynamite, fire, and cunning as their weapons. Train lines became the first and most tempting targets, for Germany's war machine depended on rails that carried troops, tanks, and ammunition across occupied Europe. Resistance fighters learned to loosen rails, plant charges, and create derailments that could cripple entire convoys in a single night. A derailed train did more than destroy equipment. It delayed timetables, sowed confusion, and forced Germany to expend manpower on guarding every mile of track. Factories were next. Workshops producing trucks, aircraft parts, or uniforms became battlegrounds disguised as workplaces. Workers staged deliberate accidents, left machines uncalibrated, or smuggled explosives into storerooms where sparks could ignite chaos. These acts required patience and discipline, for discovery meant execution, yet their impact multiplied far beyond their modest scale. The resistance could not stop the German war effort outright, but sabotage turned logistics into quicksand, and in war, quicksand was as deadly as bullets. The attack on German convoys brought sabotage into direct confrontation with the occupier, a high-stakes gamble played out on roads and highways. Resistance fighters, often in small groups, targeted fuel trucks, ammunition carriers, and supply wagons moving through rural regions. A single grenade tossed beneath a lorry could ignite a fireball visible for miles, while a mine buried beneath a country lane could shred the tires of a Wehrmacht column. Guerrilla bands in the Maquis ambushed convoys with rifles and stolen submachine guns, firing from forests and vanishing into hills before the enemy could regroup. Bridges were collapsed with carefully timed charges, stranding entire motorcades on riversides where frustration replaced momentum. Even bicycles became weapons, Saboteurs would scatter nails across roads, slowing convoys to crawl, then slip away before retaliation could follow. Each successful attack forced the Germans to increase security, deploying more troops to guard convoys, stretching their manpower ever thinner. Yet every ambush carried risk, for German reprisals came swiftly, often against innocent villagers near the attack site. The resistance balanced these risks with calculation, weighing tactical gain against the certainty of vengeance. Still, the attacks continued. For every destroyed truck was one less weapon on the front lines, and each ambush whispered the same truth: the occupiers were not untouchable. Factories were battlefields where sabotage masqueraded as accident, a war waged by ordinary workers under the occupiers' noses. At Renault and Citroën plants in Paris, workers slowed production, introduced flaws, and sometimes destroyed entire batches of equipment destined for the German army. Sabotage was rarely spectacular. It might be a faulty gear in a tank, a bent axle on a truck, or a hairline fracture in an aircraft part. Yet these small flaws multiplied across the war effort. German overseers, aware of the threat, imposed brutal discipline, punishing even suspected sabotage with imprisonment or death. Still, the underground unions coordinated efforts, spreading instructions on how to damage machinery subtly enough to escape immediate detection. Workers risked everything, for sabotage was often indistinguishable from error until inspectors traced patterns back to individuals. Some chose open defiance, like the audacious strikes that shut down plants despite threats of reprisals, proving that even under occupation, labor could resist. Others kept their sabotage invisible, ensuring that German war machines failed weeks or months later, far from the factory floor. The factory became a front line, its tools turned into weapons, its workers into silent soldiers, and through their hidden craft, industry itself became an ally of resistance. But sabotage was never without cost, and the reprisals inflicted on civilians were as brutal as the sabotage was daring. German authorities operated on the principle of collective punishment. If a train was derailed, entire villages near the tracks were burned and hostages executed. Posters announced executions in cold bureaucratic language, listing names of men shot in reprisal, their bodies often left on display as warnings. Oradour-sur-Glane, though later tied to partisan actions, stood as a grim symbol of these reprisals, its inhabitants massacred and its ruins left as scars on the land. The resistance knew that every ambush, every explosion, risked triggering such tragedies, and yet they continued, for silence offered no safety either. Villagers learned to weigh their support carefully, sometimes aiding the saboteurs, sometimes recoiling in fear of reprisals that might follow. German propaganda exploited this fear, branding resistors as criminals whose actions endangered the innocent. Yet repression also fed anger, turning grief into rage and fear into defiance. Each atrocity swelled the ranks of the Maquis, as young men fled into the forests, rather than risk being swept up in roundups. Sabotage carried a heavy price, but it also hardened France's will to resist, and in that paradox lay its power. Weapons for sabotage were as varied as the imagination of those who wielded them, from military explosives to the humble wrench or match. British airdrops delivered plastic explosives, detonators, and timers, which resistors used to strike with precision against rails and bridges. Homemade devices filled the gaps. Bottles of gasoline stuffed with rags became Molotov cocktails, while sugar was poured into gas tanks to seize engines. Mines were buried on country roads disguised beneath dirt and grass, waiting for the pressure of a heavy truck. Even bicycles became tools, modified to conceal explosives or carry ammunition across rough terrain. Saboteurs used the cover of night, relying on moonlight and the silence of forests to plant charges and vanish before detection. The danger was immense, for a single mistake could kill the saboteur before the enemy even arrived. Yet these weapons, improvised and deadly, turned ordinary landscapes into traps, forcing the occupiers to tread cautiously. The Germans, obsessed with efficiency, found themselves slowed by 1,000 small delays, each sabotage a grain of sand in the gears of conquest. And those grains, multiplied, became avalanches. For many saboteurs, the greatest challenge was not the act itself, but the discipline of secrecy and patience. Planting a charge beneath a railway line demanded calm nerves, steady hands, and the ability to melt back into the shadows without leaving a trace. Couriers who delivered explosives did so without glory, their journeys across occupied countryside as dangerous as the attacks themselves. Networks kept operations compartmentalized, ensuring that no single arrest could expose an entire campaign. Meetings were brief, held in barns or abandoned buildings, the plans whispered quickly before dispersal into the night. Radios transmitted instructions from London, but timing was critical, and missed signals often meant missed opportunities. Sabotage required faith as much as skill, for its effects were not always seen by those who carried it out. A worker who damaged an engine might never know if it failed in battle, yet he carried the weight of risk as if it had. The anonymity of sabotage was both its strength and its torment, for success often meant disappearing into obscurity. Yet these silent warriors persisted, knowing that their patience chipped away at the occupiers' power, and in their unseen victories, history was being written. Sabotage not only disrupted logistics, but forced the occupiers to change strategy, draining resources that could have been used elsewhere. German commanders ordered entire battalions to guard rail lines, bridges, and convoys, reducing the strength available for frontline battles. Engineers were pulled from combat duties to repair infrastructure repeatedly sabotaged, draining manpower and slowing momentum. Supply timetables collapsed, with trains delayed for days, sometimes weeks, undermining the precision on which blitzkrieg had once depended. The Wehrmacht's reputation for efficiency cracked under the strain, as officers raged at the delays caused by invisible enemies. Sabotage also shaped perception, showing civilians that the occupiers were vulnerable, their steel and discipline pierced by ordinary men and women with courage and tools. Each explosion was a message. Germany's grip was not unbreakable, and liberation was possible. The occupiers responded with fear, suspicion, and repression, but none could restore their aura of invincibility once broken. For a movement starved of weapons, the psychological victory of sabotage was as vital as the physical. It turned weakness into strength, invisibility into power, and it made every train track, factory floor, and road a battlefield. By 1944, sabotage had become a central pillar of the resistance, its scale expanding to match the tide of war. Networks coordinated nationwide campaigns, derailing hundreds of trains in the weeks leading to D-Day, crippling German reinforcements bound for Normandy. Bridges collapsed under charges set by partisans, convoys burned on roadsides, and factories lay silent under the weight of strikes and explosions. The occupiers grew frantic, their once smooth machinery of conquest bogged down by delays, shortages, and fear. Civilians whispered of victories in forests and on rail lines, stories of sabotage spreading faster than official news. Each act carried risk, but by then the momentum of liberation outweighed the terror of reprisals. Sabotage had grown from isolated sparks into a firestorm, feeding the Allied invasion and hastening the occupiers' collapse. It was not glamorous, not the charge of armies across open fields, but it was war in its most intimate and relentless form. Ordinary men and women, armed with pliers, explosives, and courage, had broken the machinery of an empire, and in doing so, they proved that the resistance's shadow war could bleed the occupier long before liberation arrived. By 1940, Britain stood alone in Europe, battered yet unbroken, and Winston Churchill demanded that the fight against Hitler continue not just on battlefields, but in the shadows. To that end, he created the Special Operations Executive, or SOE, an organization whose mission was to set Europe ablaze through sabotage, subversion, and support of underground movements. Recruits were drawn from every walk of life: former soldiers, linguists, athletes, engineers, and women who spoke fluent French or carried the nerves of steel required for clandestine work. They were trained in country houses across England, where ordinary rooms became classrooms in lock-picking, explosives, codes, and silent killing. Weapons were disassembled and reassembled blindfolded, radios tuned under pressure, and recruits dropped from aircraft into moonlit fields as practice for the real thing. The SOE was not a conventional military unit, but a factory of spies, saboteurs, and organizers, its graduates destined to infiltrate occupied Europe. For France, SOE agents became lifelines, parachuted into fields and forests with radios, weapons, and gold to bind local resistance. Their very existence was perilous. German security services knew the danger of foreign agents and hunted them relentlessly. Yet without them, the scattered French networks lacked the arms training and external coordination needed to wage real war. And so, from Britain's green countryside to France's shadowed valleys, the SOE carried its war into the heart of occupied territory. Parachute drops became the arteries of this partnership, carrying supplies and agents across the Channel into the dark belly of France. RAF bombers, stripped of bombs and filled with containers, flew low and silent over countryside fields, marked by torches arranged in secret codes. Resistance fighters waited in hedgerows and barns, listening for the hum of engines and watching parachutes blossom in the night sky. Crates slammed into the ground with thuds, their contents packed with rifles, Sten submachine guns, plastic explosives, and forged documents. Weapons were hurriedly hidden in haystacks, buried in orchards, or carried by bicycle to secret caches, for discovery meant certain death. Radios, delicate as glass, were guarded most fiercely, for they connected France to London, and London to the Allies' vast war machine. Sometimes the drops succeeded flawlessly, other times they scattered across fields, or fell into German hands, turning gifts into traps. Agents themselves often arrived by parachute, alone or in pairs, stumbling into fields where local farmers had to be trusted with their fate. The danger was immense. German patrols scoured the countryside, and a single informer could undo months of planning. Yet these drops transformed resistance from whispers into warfare, arming civilians with the tools of sabotage and hope. And each parachute was a reminder that France had not been abandoned. The weapons caches that spread across occupied France were both treasures and ticking time bombs. Resistance leaders built intricate systems of storage, hiding rifles in hollowed tree trunks, explosives beneath church floors, and ammunition inside wine barrels. Each cache was entrusted only to a handful of members, for discovery meant death not just for them, but for entire villages suspected of aiding resistors. Farmers dug pits beneath barns, covering them with straw and livestock to mask the weapons below. In cities, cellars and basements became arsenals, their owners living double lives as shopkeepers by day and quartermasters of Defiance by night. The logistics were daunting. Weapons had to be moved, distributed, and maintained without attracting attention, a constant dance of secrecy. Couriers memorized routes between caches, carrying grenades in baskets, pistols under coats, and explosives disguised as food. When sabotage campaigns intensified, caches became the beating hearts of operations, their contents deployed in strikes against rails, convoys, and factories. Yet they were also targets for betrayal, for German raids often uncovered hidden stockpiles, leading to executions and reprisals. The very act of hiding a weapon was itself a declaration of war, a choice that placed entire communities on the razor's edge. And through these hidden arsenals, resistance was given both strength and vulnerability. At the core of Allied intelligence operations in France were the radio operators, men and women whose signals bridged the channel under constant threat. With transmitters packed into suitcases or disguised as household appliances, they tapped out coded messages in Morse, their words racing across static-filled airwaves to London. Each transmission was a deadly gamble, for German direction-finding vans prowled streets and fields, triangulating the source within minutes. Operators were trained to send for no more than 20 minutes at a time, then move quickly before the enemy closed in. Many were caught nonetheless, arrested with their radios still warm, condemned to torture and death in Gestapo prisons. Yet without them, parachute drops could not be coordinated, intelligence could not be relayed, and sabotage campaigns could not be timed with Allied operations. Radio operators were often young, chosen for their calm nerves and quick reflexes, and their discipline was legendary. Some transmitted from attics, others from barns, and some even from cafes, blending in as ordinary patrons while carrying the fate of entire operations in their fingers. Their courage was measured not in bullets fired, but in minutes survived on the airwaves. And through their invisible signals, France became part of the wider Allied war effort. Among the most legendary of the SOE agents were women whose names became symbols of courage and sacrifice. Violette Sebo, a young widow and mother, trained in sabotage and parachuted into France in 1944, where she led sabotage missions with extraordinary bravery before her capture and execution at Ravensbrück. André Borel, one of the first female agents, worked as a courier and organizer before being betrayed, enduring torture without breaking before her death. Odette Sansom, another celebrated agent, was captured and tortured by the Gestapo, her fingernails torn and her body broken, yet she revealed nothing, later surviving imprisonment in Ravensbrück. These women defied both German expectations and traditional gender roles, proving that courage was not the preserve of men. Their missions were perilous, their lifespans often measured in months, yet their impact was enormous. They coordinated sabotage, recruited fighters, and relayed intelligence that shaped Allied strategy. Their stories became part of the mythology of the resistance, legends told in whispers during the war, and celebrated openly after liberation. For the Germans, their defiance was a nightmare, for the idea that women could be warriors shattered their assumptions. For the French, their sacrifice was proof that resistance belonged to everyone, regardless of gender or station, and in their names, the resistance found enduring heroes. But the partnership between foreign agents and local fighters was never without tension, for mistrust flowed as easily as information. Many resistors resented the idea of taking orders from London, fearing that British priorities would sacrifice French lives for Allied strategy. British agents, trained and supplied, sometimes viewed local fighters as reckless amateurs whose lack of discipline risked exposure. Cultural misunderstandings deepened the divide. A British agent's clipped efficiency could clash with French improvisation and passion. At times, operations were compromised because local groups acted independently, ignoring London's signals in favour of immediate action. Yet both sides knew they needed each other. The locals provided terrain knowledge, shelter, and manpower, while the SOE brought weapons, training, and access to the larger war. The tension created friction but also forged adaptability, as both sides learned to blend professionalism with improvisation. Some networks flourished under this hybrid model, combining British precision with French audacity. Others collapsed under mistrust, undone by miscommunication or betrayal. The alliance was imperfect, but it was necessary, and through its struggles the resistance became stronger. And in that uneasy marriage, victory began to take shape. The Germans, aware of Allied infiltration, responded with ruthless counterintelligence campaigns aimed at hunting down SOE networks. Double agents, lured by money or fear, betrayed landing fields, caches, and safe houses, collapsing entire networks overnight. Radio games became a deadly chess match, with captured operators forced to send false signals back to London, luring agents into traps. The most infamous of these, the Prosper network in Paris, was destroyed in 1943 after betrayal, leading to mass arrests and executions. Yet even in failure, the networks rebuilt, often stronger and more disciplined, learning bitter lessons from disaster. Each collapse reminded resistors of the cost of complacency, sharpening their focus on secrecy and compartmentalization. London tightened its protocols, demanding stricter codes and verification systems. The Germans celebrated their victories, but they could not erase the tide of defiance, for every broken network was soon replaced by another. The war of intelligence was thus a war of endurance, where survival itself became a kind of triumph. And in that endurance, the resistance grew ever more entwined with the Allies' larger struggle. By 1944, the partnership between the SOE and the resistance had matured into a formidable weapon of war, one that directly shaped the outcome of the conflict. Parachute drops armed thousands of fighters, radios synchronized sabotage with Allied offensives, and intelligence guided bombers to critical targets. Local fighters, once scattered and uncertain, now wielded the tools of modern warfare with growing confidence. The SOE, once doubted, had become a vital artery connecting France to the heart of the Allied command. Yet the partnership was built not only on strategy but on sacrifice, the lives of agents who never returned, the villagers executed for aiding them, the networks shattered and rebuilt in endless cycles of defiance. Their work was invisible, their victories quiet, yet their impact resounded across battlefields from Normandy to the Mediterranean. Sabotage intensified on a scale the Germans could not contain, and resistance became a second front behind enemy lines. The tension between foreign control and local fighters never fully vanished, but it was overshadowed by the urgency of liberation. Together they had proven that shadows could wage war as effectively as armies, and in those shadows the fate of France was rewritten. The plight of Jews in occupied France was immediate and devastating, for persecution came not only from German decrees, but from Vichy's eager collaboration. In October 1940, Vichy issued the Statut des Juifs, stripping French Jews of rights, professions and dignity. Long before German pressure demanded it, registration lists became instruments of death, each line of ink a future transport to Drancy, the transit camp outside Paris that became the gateway to Auschwitz. Roundups intensified in 1942, most infamously the Vale d'Hiv raid in Paris, where more than 13,000 Jews, including 4,000 children, were herded into the Vélodrome d'Hiv, left without food or water before deportation. Families were torn apart overnight, children ripped from mothers' arms, as French police carried out orders with chilling efficiency. The resistance, horrified, recognized that their struggle was not only about liberation, but also about saving lives from annihilation. Networks began forging identity papers, smuggling families into safe houses, and guiding fugitives toward neutral Spain or Switzerland. Priests, teachers, and farmers joined in, hiding children in convents, schools, and barns, disguising them as Christian wards. For every act of rescue, however, the risk was immense, for discovery meant deportation or execution, not just for the Jews, but for their protectors. In these choices, ordinary Frenchmen faced extraordinary moral tests, and many chose courage. The ties between the resistance and Jewish partisan groups deepened as repression grew harsher, for necessity forged solidarity. In the forests and mountains, Jewish fugitives who escaped roundups often joined the Maquis, transforming grief into armed defiance. Groups like the FTP MOI Francs Tireurs et Partisans, Main d'oeuvre immigrés, composed largely of immigrant Jews and foreign-born workers, became some of the most audacious fighters in France. They carried out assassinations, bombings and derailments, with a ferocity born of knowing that survival was no longer possible without resistance. In Paris, Jewish fighters staged bold attacks, including the assassination of senior German officers, acts that provoked savage reprisals but struck terror into the occupiers. These partisans fought not only for France, but for their very existence, carrying the weight of families already lost to deportations. Their courage shattered stereotypes, proving that Jews were not merely victims, but warriors capable of extraordinary sacrifice. The resistance welcomed them, though tensions lingered between groups divided by ideology and nationality. Yet in battle, such divisions dissolved, for bullets did not discriminate between French, Polish, or Hungarian Jews. In the forests, hunger, frost, and pursuit were constant companions, but so too was the burning conviction that every act of defiance avenged the fallen, and together, Jewish partisans and French resistors forged a bond in blood and fire. Helping Jews escape the roundups became one of the resistance's most dangerous missions, for it required meticulous planning and absolute trust. Escape lines, originally designed for downed Allied airmen, were adapted to shepherd families across mountains and borders. Forged documents declared Jewish children as nephews, nieces, orphans of war, their new identities memorized with desperate precision. Couriers led groups through forests at night, across rivers in silence, and into the hands of guides who knew secret passes through the Pyrenees. Smugglers, often motivated by money, sometimes betrayed fugitives to German patrols, but many risked their lives repeatedly for strangers. Entire convents became sanctuaries, nuns teaching Hebrew children Catholic prayers to shield them from interrogation. In villages like Le Chambon-sur-Lignon, whole communities embraced the mission, hiding thousands of Jews with remarkable solidarity. Trains became both peril and opportunity, with bribes securing seats for children disguised as ordinary passengers, their eyes fixed on the floor to avoid suspicion. These rescues were small victories in a war of annihilation, fragile threads of life preserved against overwhelming odds, and in every saved child lay a defiance greater than any bomb. Yet betrayal cast its shadow even over acts of rescue, for informants lurked in every city and countryside lane. A neighbor's whispered word could unravel months of planning, sending families into the hands of the Gestapo or Milice. The destruction of the Minuchian group, part of the FTP MOI, followed such betrayals, leading to the arrest and execution of 23 fighters, many of them Jewish immigrants. German propaganda plastered Paris with the infamous Affiche Rouge, the red poster, branding them as criminals and foreigners, hoping to tarnish the resistance itself. Instead, their martyrdom only deepened public admiration, as citizens scrawled "Morts pour la France" across the posters in defiance. Still, betrayal remained a constant threat. Priests, farmers, or teachers who had sheltered Jews sometimes broke under torture, exposing entire networks. The weight of this risk was crushing, for the lives of fugitives and resistors alike balanced on a knife's edge. Some children, hidden in convents, were discovered and deported, their protectors powerless to prevent it. The tragedy was immense, each betrayal a scar that haunted survivors long after the war. Yet even in betrayal, stories of courage shone, for many resisted to the last breath, refusing to betray those they had sworn to protect. The moral courage required to shelter Jews under occupation cannot be overstated, for it demanded defiance not just of the Germans but of one's own government. Vichy police worked hand in hand with German authorities, compiling lists, conducting raids, and filling trains bound for Drancy. To oppose them was to brand oneself as an enemy not only of the Reich but of the state that claimed to speak for France. Families who hid Jews risked the lives of their own children, knowing a single search could bring execution or deportation. Yet thousands chose to act, guided by conscience, faith, or simple humanity in the face of barbarism. For some, it was a matter of religion. Pastors in Protestant villages declared their duty to protect the persecuted, invoking scripture as shield and sword. For others, it was political conviction, the belief that no true Frenchman could betray neighbors to tyranny. In many cases, it was simply compassion, an instinctive refusal to abandon the vulnerable. These decisions were made quietly, in kitchens and churches, with no hope of recognition or reward. And through them, dignity survived where law had failed. The resistance's relationship with the Jewish plight revealed the breadth of its struggle, for liberation was not only about defeating an occupier, but about defending humanity itself. Jewish fighters did not ask merely for shelter, but gave their lives as equals in sabotage, ambushes, and espionage. The FTP-MOI's bold attacks in Paris in 1943 and 1944 showed that Jews stood on the front lines of France's underground war. Their sacrifice challenged indifference, proving that annihilation could be met with defiance rather than silence. Resistance groups, at times wary of exposure, gradually embraced Jewish partisans as indispensable comrades. Together they built networks where identities blurred, united by shared danger and shared hope. Germans sought to divide them, branding Jews as outsiders, but every fallen fighter buried beneath French soil became part of the nation's memory. Liberation would eventually vindicate their unity, but during the war, it was survival and courage that bound them. In this union, the resistance became more than a national struggle, it became a human one, and that humanity was its greatest strength. The terrain of rescue and resistance was as much psychological as physical, a landscape of fear, trust, and survival. Resistors forged identities under constant surveillance, Jewish families memorizing new names and life stories as if they had lived them forever. Children learned to cross themselves in church, to answer to new surnames, and to silence their mother tongues when suspicion loomed. Forests became sanctuaries where Jewish partisans joined Maquis camps, their survival tied to rifles as much as forged papers. Caches of food and medicine were stretched to cover more mouths, every shortage a reminder of the price of compassion. German patrols stalked these landscapes, their boots and dogs pressing against the fragile networks of trust that sustained fugitives. Yet the land also gave hope. Hidden valleys, mountain passes, and convent walls became fortresses of humanity against annihilation. The risk was suffocating, but the determination was greater, born of knowing that to save a single life was to resist annihilation itself. Geography and psychology fused, creating spaces where defiance and survival intertwined. And in those spaces, France's conscience fought its most intimate battles. By 1944, the resistance's aid to Jews had saved tens of thousands of lives, though countless more were lost to betrayal, deportation, and silence. The liberation of France revealed both the scale of tragedy and the depth of courage, for behind every survivor lay networks of priests, farmers, teachers, and fighters who had risked everything. The FTP-MOI's fallen heroes were remembered as martyrs, their blood sealing the bond between Jews and France's underground. Children hidden in villages grew to tell their stories, carrying gratitude to those who had shielded them. The moral courage of communities like Les Chambon-sur-Lignon became symbols of collective defiance, proof that decency could endure even under tyranny. Yet memory was complicated, for not all had acted with courage, and Vichy's complicity left wounds that would scar French history for decades. Still, the resistance had shown that humanity could survive even in the face of mechanized annihilation. Its members had risked more than their lives. They had risked their families, their neighbors, their very communities to protect the persecuted. And in doing so, they ensured that resistance meant not only liberation, but salvation. The story of the resistance and the Jews remains one of the most profound chapters of courage in the face of horror. The resistance lived and breathed in shadows, but shadows are fragile when infiltrated by treachery. Every network relied on trust, yet trust was its weakest point, for one careless recruit or one compromised courier could doom dozens. The Gestapo and Vichy Milice understood this perfectly, pouring resources into cultivating double agents and informants who masqueraded as patriots. These agents gained confidence through small acts of loyalty, delivering safe houses, weapons, and coded words that convinced others they were genuine. Once inside, they gathered names, locations, and routines, each detail more valuable than gold to German counterintelligence. When betrayal struck, it was rarely partial. Entire networks could unravel overnight, collapsing under the weight of dossiers passed to the occupiers. The knock on the door at midnight was rarely random. It was the echo of words spoken by someone trusted only days before. This knowledge poisoned every gathering, for suspicion became as constant as fear. Networks survived by compartmentalization, but betrayal still spread like wildfire through fragile chains, and every betrayal carried not just tactical losses but devastating psychological wounds. Famous betrayals etched themselves into the memory of the underground, cautionary tales whispered in hushed voices. One of the most infamous came with the collapse of the Prosper Network in 1943, a catastrophe that destroyed one of SOE's largest operations in France. German intelligence, aided by double agents, infiltrated the group so thoroughly that London itself was deceived by false radio transmissions. Parachute drops were guided straight into German hands, agents captured as soon as their boots touched French soil. Hundreds were arrested, tortured, and executed. The network's collapse a devastating blow that rippled through the entire resistance. Prosper's fall revealed the terrifying efficiency of the Abwehr and Gestapo when betrayal opened doors they could never have forced alone. Its destruction spread fear to other groups, making resistors question whether their radios or couriers were genuine allies or German puppets. London changed its protocols, demanding tighter codes and verification systems for its agents. But for those inside France, the damage was done, and the lesson was cruelly clear. Trust was as dangerous as silence, and the price of misplaced trust was often measured in lives extinguished. Suspicion became the resistance's constant companion, seeping into every meeting, handshake, and whispered exchange. Leaders demanded blind obedience, yet shared only fragments of truth, ensuring no one agent could doom an entire network. Still, infiltration gnawed at confidence, forcing networks to shrink rather than grow, their survival dependent on caution rather than ambition. The fear of betrayal altered behavior. Resistors avoided cafes once deemed safe, changed addresses every few weeks, and destroyed correspondence after every mission. Families were torn by paranoia, with husbands concealing their roles from wives, and children forbidden from knowing their parents' secrets. Informants were everywhere, neighbors seeking favor with the Gestapo, colleagues jealous of rivals, or even long-time acquaintances buckling under torture. Sometimes betrayal was deliberate, other times accidental, a loose word in a train station, overheard by the wrong ears. But the effect was always the same: raids, arrests, and the slow disintegration of fragile webs of trust. Suspicion was both armor and poison, necessary for survival, but corrosive to the spirit of unity. And the resistance lived in this paradox, trapped between faith and fear. No betrayal cut deeper than the capture of Jean Moulin, the great unifier of the French resistance. A former prefect loyal to de Gaulle, Moulin had been parachuted into France in 1942, with orders to consolidate the fragmented movements into a single body. His charisma, intelligence, and resolve allowed him to unite Combat, Franc-Tireur, and Libération into the Conseil National de la Résistance, a council that gave the underground a coherent voice. But unity brought visibility, and visibility drew danger, for the Gestapo in Lyon under Klaus Barbie hunted him relentlessly. In June 1943, during a clandestine meeting at Collaborators, betrayal led to his arrest alongside several key leaders. Moulin endured savage torture at the hands of Barbie, who sought to pry from him the names of networks across France. Despite electric shocks, beatings, and unimaginable cruelty, Moulin never revealed the secrets entrusted to him. He died in custody, his body broken, but his silence preserved the structure he had built. For resistors, his martyrdom became legend, a symbol of loyalty stronger than betrayal, and in death, Jean Moulin became the face of unity that no infiltrator could erase. The cost of infiltration was not only organizational, but deeply human, measured in families destroyed and friendships shattered by suspicion. A single betrayal often meant the arrest of dozens, who were then deported to camps in Germany and Poland, never to return. Survivors recalled the horror of seeing comrades' names appear on execution posters, knowing they had been given away by someone trusted. Even after the war, the memory of betrayal lingered, poisoning relationships in villages where neighbors had denounced neighbors. In some cases, vengeance followed liberation, as collaborators and informants were dragged into the streets, their heads shaved, their bodies beaten, their fate sealed by mobs seeking justice. Yet vengeance could not erase the loss, nor heal the wounds inflicted by infiltration. The psychological cost was immense, for every resistor lived with the knowledge that betrayal was always possible, perhaps even inevitable. Trust became a luxury, suspicion a necessity, and the constant balancing act eroded morale. Still, the resistance endured, proving that betrayal, though devastating, could not extinguish defiance, and in its endurance lay the seeds of eventual triumph. The Germans exploited betrayal with clinical efficiency, weaving captured names and details into sprawling maps of networks. They used this intelligence to stage raids that seemed almost omniscient, striking at multiple safe houses simultaneously, seizing presses, radios, and caches in coordinated blows. To resistors, these raids felt like proof of omnipotence, feeding despair and suspicion. But in truth, the occupiers' strength came not from omniscience but from carefully cultivated treachery. Tortured prisoners were forced to confirm details already known, turning fear into leverage and suspicion into collapse. Some resistors, broken by agony, named names, their weakness weaponized by interrogators with chilling precision. Others held silent, dying under torture, their refusal a shield that saved comrades and preserved fragments of networks. The occupiers knew that betrayal was more efficient than bullets, for a single informer could destroy what months of surveillance could not. They wielded betrayal as a scalpel, cutting out the heart of resistance cells with surgical cruelty. Yet every act of betrayal also revealed the occupiers' fear that without infiltration, resistance might grow beyond their control. Despite the devastation of betrayal, The resistance rebuilt again and again, proving resilience in the face of treachery. Survivors learned from tragedy, hardening their protocols, creating stricter vetting processes, and adopting tighter codes of secrecy. Leaders became cautious to the point of paranoia, but that paranoia ensured survival in a landscape crawling with infiltrators. The fall of networks like Prosper, the arrest of Jean Moulin, and the exposure of cells across France could have shattered morale completely. Instead, these tragedies hardened resolve, for each betrayal revealed not weakness but necessity, the need for greater discipline, secrecy, and unity. The underground became less trusting, but more enduring, evolving into an organism capable of withstanding losses and regenerating from fragments. Betrayal scarred the movement, but it also refined it, forcing growth under fire. In this crucible, the resistance matured, its leadership tempered by suspicion, but its purpose unbroken. Betrayal could kill individuals and collapse cells, but it could not extinguish the cause, and that unbroken cause became France's greatest weapon. By 1944, betrayal and infiltration had taken a staggering toll, but the resistance was stronger than the occupiers ever imagined. Networks had been destroyed and rebuilt, leaders captured and replaced, secrets stolen and rewritten, yet the underground endured. The memory of fallen comrades, betrayed and executed, became fuel for vengeance and courage. Jean Moulin's silence under torture became legend, his sacrifice inspiring unity long after his death. The Germans continued to cultivate informants, but the resistance had adapted, growing more elusive, disciplined, and coordinated. The struggle between betrayal and defiance became part of the movement's DNA, shaping its character as much as sabotage or intelligence. For every informer who doomed a cell, 10 new recruits rose, hardened by grief and determined to fight. Betrayal had sought to fracture the resistance, but instead it forged a steel core that no occupation could break. The shadow of suspicion never lifted, but within it burned a flame of loyalty and sacrifice. And in that balance of fear and courage, the resistance found the strength to endure until liberation. The word Maquis originally meant scrubland, the thick, tangled undergrowth of Corsica where bandits once found refuge, but by 1943 it had come to mean something far greater. Across the forests, valleys, and mountains of occupied France, bands of young men and women disappeared into the wilderness, forging guerrilla armies from exile and defiance. Many were draft dodgers who refused forced labor in Germany, fleeing into the hills with little more than a rucksack and determination. Others were deserters from Vichy's police, or soldiers who had escaped capture, carrying their rifles into the wild. Refugees of every kind, Jews, political dissidents, escaped prisoners, blended into these bands, united by the simple fact that returning home meant certain arrest. The forests became their fortress, offering cover, concealment, and the endless challenge of survival. At night, campfires flickered in caves and ravines, their light hidden from German patrols, but warming hands calloused by hunger and toil. Leaders emerged organically, chosen not by rank but by charisma, courage, and the ability to impose discipline in chaos. The Maquis were not yet an army, but a growing swarm of partisans who refused to kneel, and in the vast landscapes of France, they became shadows too numerous to hunt down. Life in the Maquis was defined by hardship, for the wilderness gave freedom but little comfort. Fighters slept on straw in barns, on pine needles in forests, or on cold stone floors of mountain caves. Food was scarce, often limited to stolen livestock, bread smuggled by sympathetic villagers, or vegetables foraged from abandoned fields. Winter was merciless, the cold biting through threadbare clothes as snow turned trails into death traps for the unprepared. Hygiene was poor, with lice, disease, and infected wounds claiming lives as surely as German bullets. Discipline was difficult to maintain, for boredom and hunger tested loyalty as much as combat did. Yet camaraderie was forged in suffering. Each hardship endured strengthening bonds among fighters who became brothers and sisters in arms. Songs, jokes, and shared stories filled the silence, lifting spirits in moments when despair threatened to take hold. Every villager who offered bread, every farmer who provided milk, became part of this fragile ecosystem of survival. And through endurance, the Maquis turned deprivation into defiance. Training in the Maquis was improvised, a mix of military drills, guerrilla tactics, and sheer adaptation to the land. Former officers or veterans taught recruits how to handle rifles, lay ambushes, and retreat without leaving trails. British SOE instructors occasionally parachuted in, bringing explosives and the knowledge of how to use them with precision. Sabotage became second nature, derailing trains with explosives, cutting telephone lines, or ambushing convoys on narrow roads. The fighters practiced quick strikes, hit, vanish, and melt back into the terrain before the Germans could respond. Every hill became a lesson, every ravine a hiding place, every farmhouse a classroom in the art of clandestine war. Discipline was drilled harshly, for mistakes meant annihilation when facing enemy reprisals. Radios connected some units to London, their signals guiding parachute drops of weapons and supplies into remote valleys. Wooden crates filled with Sten guns, grenades, and ammunition became treasures around which entire bands organized. And in this fusion of improvisation and instruction, the Maquis slowly transformed from fugitives into guerrilla soldiers. Ambushes became the Maquis' signature, sudden eruptions of violence that struck at the occupiers' lifelines. Fighters would fell trees across roads, forcing convoys to halt in narrow passes, where rifles and machine guns waited in concealment. Mines buried beneath dirt tracks ignited with devastating force, sending trucks and soldiers into chaos. Bridges were blown apart with dynamite, cutting supply routes and stranding entire columns on riverbanks. The Germans, accustomed to discipline and control, were rattled by enemies who fought invisibly and retreated before retaliation. Villagers heard the staccato of gunfire echoing through hills, and later saw the smoke of destroyed convoys rising above the tree line. Each ambush, though costly, proved that the occupiers were vulnerable even in the heart of France. Losses were inevitable, but the victories carried immense symbolic weight, igniting confidence among civilians who whispered of heroes in the forests. Even failures taught lessons, as the Maquis adapted, learned, and returned stronger. In these ambushes, France's wilderness itself became a weapon, a partner in defiance. The reprisals were brutal, for the Germans understood that the Maquis threatened not just logistics, but morale. Villages suspected of aiding partisans were burned, their inhabitants executed or deported in acts of collective punishment. Women and children were not spared, their deaths meant to terrify others into silence. Yet these atrocities often had the opposite effect, driving more young men into the forests to join the fighters. For families already marked by loss, vengeance became fuel, and the Maquis swelled in numbers as occupation grew harsher. Survivors of massacres carried tales that spread like wildfire, strengthening the fighters' legend and eroding the occupiers' aura of control. German patrols scoured forests with dogs, flamethrowers, and armored cars, but the Maquis knew the terrain better, turning ambush into escape. The Milice joined these hunts, Frenchmen betraying Frenchmen, but even their treachery could not extinguish the will to resist. Each reprisal deepened the cycle of violence, but also hardened the partisans' resolve, and in that spiral, the Maquis became more dangerous with each passing month. The diversity of the Maquis gave it resilience, for it was not one movement but many bound together by shared defiance. Some bands were communist, others Gaullist, and others simply local groups of draft dodgers and villagers with no ideology beyond survival. Foreigners filled their ranks, Spanish Republicans who had fled Franco, Jews escaping deportation, and deserters from across Europe. Their backgrounds varied, but their goal was shared, to strike the occupier wherever possible. This diversity sometimes bred tension, with arguments over strategy, politics, and allegiance to de Gaulle or Moscow. Yet in battle, such disputes mattered less than the unity forged by danger and sacrifice. Fighters called each other camarades, blurring class, nationality, and ideology into a single bond. In the mountains, distinctions of politics faded before the urgency of survival. And in that shared struggle, the Maquis embodied the spirit of France's hidden army. By 1944, the Maquis had grown into a formidable force, numbering in the tens of thousands across France's rugged terrain. They coordinated with Allied intelligence, launching sabotage campaigns that crippled German reinforcements during the lead-up to D-Day. Entire rail lines were paralyzed, convoys ambushed daily, and communications severed in preparation for the invasion. The Maquis became not just scattered bands, but the backbone of armed resistance, their fighters now organized enough to challenge the occupiers in pitched battles. In places like Vercors, they established liberated zones, raising the French flag over mountain strongholds as open defiance. Though often crushed by overwhelming German reprisals, these stands carried immense symbolic weight, showing that France could fight openly once more. Their actions tied down German divisions, weakening the occupiers at the very moment Allied armies stormed Normandy. The forests and mountains that once hid fugitives now sheltered an army, and in those strongholds, the Maquis became the embodiment of France's rebirth. The Maquis were not polished soldiers, but their struggle carried the raw essence of resistance: hunger, fear, sacrifice, and unyielding courage. They fought with stolen rifles, worn boots, and dreams of liberation stronger than any uniformed army could match. Their camps echoed with laughter as much as gunfire, their spirit sustained by the belief that freedom was worth any hardship. For the Germans, they were bandits, criminals, and terrorists. For France, they became the pulse of defiance beating in the wilderness. Their lives were harsh, their losses brutal, yet their impact was undeniable, carving scars into the occupiers' logistics and psyche alike. They embodied the guerrilla's paradox: weak in arms, strong in will, fragile in life, eternal in legend. Each ambush, each sabotage, each survival turned the wilderness itself into a battlefield, and each story of sacrifice carried forward, retold in whispers until liberation confirmed their truth. The Maquis were more than fighters. They were symbols, a living reminder that France had not surrendered, and in the mountains, that reminder roared louder than any gunfire. Occupation in France was not maintained by soldiers alone, but by a calculated regime of terror designed to crush resistance through collective punishment. German policy dictated that for every act of sabotage, entire villages could pay the price, their homes burned and families executed. Posters plastered across city walls coldly announced hostages shot in reprisal for derailed trains or assassinated officers. Civilians lived under the knowledge that they might die not for what they had done, but for what others dared to attempt. This strategy was meant to instill fear so deep that no one would dare support the resistance. Yet terror often produced the opposite effect, driving survivors toward the very cause the occupiers sought to extinguish. The brutality revealed the Reich's weakness, for only in fear could it maintain control over a hostile nation. German commanders justified the massacres as military necessity, but their cruelty exposed the occupation as a war not only against fighters, but against civilians themselves. Villagers whispered the names of the murdered as prayers, transforming the victims into martyrs, and each act of violence carved deeper scars into the French conscience, hardening resolve rather than softening it. The most infamous atrocity was the massacre at Oradour-sur-Glane on June 10, 1944, when the Waffen-SS descended upon the quiet village in the Limousin. Soldiers of the Das Reich Division, frustrated by partisan attacks in the region, chose Oradour as an example of German vengeance. The entire population, men, women and children, was rounded up under the pretense of an identity check. Men were locked in barns and machine-gunned, their bodies then burned in attempts to erase the evidence. Women and children were herded into the village church, which was set ablaze after grenades were thrown inside, killing all but a handful. In a single afternoon, 642 civilians were slaughtered, their homes looted and torched until Oradour was reduced to ashes. Survivors who escaped by miracle carried the horror into history, their testimonies becoming symbols of Nazi barbarity. The ruins were deliberately left untouched after liberation, preserved as a silent monument to atrocity. Oradour became the name that encapsulated the terror of occupation, invoked whenever the cost of resistance was measured, and its massacre proved that the German response to Defiance was annihilation without mercy. But Oradour was not an isolated act. It was part of a wider pattern of reprisals that scarred every corner of France. In the Vercors, where the Maquis had declared a liberated zone, German paratroopers and mountain troops unleashed destruction, executing civilians and burning villages to the ground. In Toula, 99 men were hanged from lampposts and balconies in June 1944, their bodies left swinging as warnings to the living. In Askew, 86 civilians were executed after a train carrying German troops was sabotaged. In Chateaubriand, hostages were selected at random and shot against prison walls after partisan attacks, their deaths broadcast as official vengeance. Collective punishment became policy, with entire communities destroyed in retaliation for a single ambush or act of sabotage. These massacres blurred the line between war and extermination, showing that civilians were as much targets as armed fighters. For the occupiers, the logic was clear: make the cost of resistance unbearable by making it communal. For the French, the reality was even clearer: submission guaranteed nothing but further cruelty. And so atrocity fed defiance, a cycle the occupiers could never break. The policy of collective punishment was not spontaneous but systematic, crafted by German command and executed with ruthless efficiency. Field orders explicitly authorized commanders to retaliate against civilians in proportion or excess to partisan actions. Lists of hostages were prepared in advance, often including intellectuals, priests, and community leaders most likely to inspire resistance. When a German officer was assassinated, the orders were swift: shoot 50, sometimes 100 hostages in reprisal. Public executions were staged in town squares, with notices plastered afterward to justify the slaughter. The intent was psychological, to make every citizen fear that resistance anywhere would bring death everywhere. Yet the cruelty often backfired, exposing the occupiers as indiscriminate killers rather than disciplined soldiers. The resistance used these massacres in propaganda, pointing to the bodies as proof of German inhumanity and the moral necessity of defiance. Collective punishment was meant to isolate resistors, but it only deepened the bond between fighters and civilians, and each reprisal revealed that the occupiers feared the people more than the people feared them. The scale of these atrocities could not have been carried out by Germans alone. They often depended on local collaboration. The Milice, eager to prove loyalty, joined in raids, interrogations, and executions, turning French hands into extensions of German cruelty. Vichy officials provided lists of hostages, supplied intelligence, and even facilitated deportations of suspected partisans' families. French policemen stood guard at roundups, ensuring civilians were delivered to German firing squads or deported to camps. This collaboration magnified the horror, for victims often recognized their executioners as neighbors, clerks, or officials they had once trusted. The presence of French collaborators deepened the sense of betrayal, showing that occupation corrupted not just through force, but through choice. Yet collaboration also sharpened defiance, as survivors swore vengeance not only on the Germans but on those who had betrayed their own nation. After liberation, memories of these acts would spark fury, fueling trials and purges against collaborators. But during the occupation, their role only heightened the tragedy, for atrocity came not only from foreign hands but from French ones, and that betrayal left wounds as lasting as the massacres themselves. For the Germans, massacres were tactical, meant to suppress. For the French, they became moral fuel, meant to endure. Survivors turned mourning into determination, swearing that deaths would not be in vain. Young men who saw their fathers hanged or villages burned often fled to the Maquis the next day, transforming grief into defiance. Each atrocity, though meant to terrify, served as a recruitment drive for resistance. Stories spread faster than censorship could contain them, whispered in kitchens, fields, and train stations. Underground presses published accounts of massacres, keeping the memory alive and inflaming outrage across occupied France. Radio Londres amplified the names of massacred villages, ensuring the world heard what was happening in silence. The occupiers underestimated the power of memory, believing fear erased resistance when in fact it deepened it. Violence may have silenced voices, but it amplified the cause for which those voices had died. And in this paradox, Germany forged the very enemy it sought to crush. The landscapes of atrocity became landscapes of memory. Forever scarred by fire and blood, burned villages stood as hollow shells, their ruins a constant reminder of the price of occupation. Survivors who rebuilt carried both grief and determination, their homes bearing silent testimony to the horrors endured. Fields once soaked in blood grew crops again, but beneath the soil lay the memory of executions and massacres. Children who survived grew into adults who bore witness, carrying the trauma into post-war France as warnings to future generations. The resistance, for its part, wove these massacres into its identity, using them to remind fighters why surrender was not an option. Every burned church, every charred farmhouse, every execution wall became a rallying cry as much as a grave. Liberation would eventually bring justice, but memory had already turned atrocity into defiance. In the geography of France, massacre sites became sacred ground, part of the nation's soul, and in their silence, they spoke louder than propaganda ever could. By 1944, German reprisals had reached a fever pitch, their brutality mirroring their desperation as defeat loomed. Entire regions lived under the threat of annihilation, yet the resistance had only grown stronger, its ranks swollen with those driven to fight by grief. The occupiers had proven their cruelty, but also their fear, showing that they could not rule without terror. In Oradour, in Toul, in Arsko, the massacres became etched into the national memory, each name a monument to both suffering and survival. For the French, the massacres became part of a moral calculus. If death was certain either way, better to resist than to submit. The Germans' attempt to suffocate Defiance had only created martyrs and strengthened the underground. Liberation, when it came, was carried on the shoulders of those who had endured these atrocities and refused to break. The massacres revealed the occupiers' cruelty, but they also revealed the nation's resilience. In every burned village and mass grave lay the story of France's endurance, and from that endurance the fire of liberation was lit. Occupation sought to control not only bodies but minds, silencing voices and suffocating imagination. Under the weight of censorship, newspapers were filled with propaganda, theatres staged plays, approved by Vichy censors, and bookstores carried shelves emptied of banned authors. Yet beneath this forced conformity, another France breathed, a France that resisted not with bullets, but with words, images, and songs. Poets wrote in secret, their verses passed from hand to hand on scraps of paper, fragile yet immortal. Writers cloaked defiance in allegory, using parables of freedom and captivity to speak truths that censors could not easily detect. Painters continued their work in attics and cellars, their canvases filled with symbols of defiance hidden in plain sight. Musicians wove forbidden themes into performances, melodies that carried whispers of hope into smoky cafes. Every poem, painting, and song became an act of rebellion, declaring that identity could not be erased. And in this underground of culture, spirit itself became a battlefield. The poets of occupied France turned language into both refuge and weapon. Paul Eluard, a surrealist poet, composed verses that spread like wildfire through clandestine presses. His famous Liberté, dropped in thousands of copies by Allied aircraft. Each stanza, simple yet profound, became a hymn for the oppressed, recited in whispers, classrooms, and prison cells. Louis Aragon and his partner Elsa Triolet wrote poems that married love with defiance, their work smuggled through resistance networks to sustain morale. Poetry offered clarity in chaos, transforming grief into symbols and metaphors that resonated across all classes. Even students, inspired by underground journals, scrawled verses on walls, turning the streets themselves into books of defiance. Censors sought to suppress such works, but literature is more resilient than bullets, and every confiscated pamphlet was soon replaced by a dozen more. In words, the occupied nation found its heartbeat, its endurance expressed in language sharper than any sword. Poetry bound the individual to the collective, ensuring no one felt alone in their defiance. And through poetry, the resistance gave voice to the voiceless. Writers who refused silence became beacons in the night, their prose weaving resistance into allegory and myth. Jean-Paul Sartre staged his play Les Massacres in 1943, a retelling of the Orestes myth that audiences recognized as a parable of occupation and rebellion. Theaters staged it under the watchful eyes of German officers, yet the subtext was unmistakable, and its message of freedom resonated in every corner of the hall. Albert Camus, through essays and clandestine journalism, crafted arguments for moral defiance, writing for combat as if each word were a weapon. His philosophy of resistance was not abstract, but lived, grounded in the blood and anguish of his compatriots. Even banned books circulated in secret, read by candlelight in attics where discovery meant imprisonment. The written word was more than literature, it was proof that France's mind was unbroken. Every essay, play, or pamphlet carried a defiance that the occupiers could not censor, for meaning lived in the hearts of readers. These works outlasted patrols, checkpoints, and propaganda, becoming timeless markers of courage. And in literature, the resistance preserved the soul of a nation. Painters and visual artists also found ways to resist, embedding defiance within brushstrokes, sketches, and imagery. Abstract works concealed symbols that resonated with those who knew how to look. crosses of Lorraine painted subtly into landscapes, or tricolours hidden in seemingly innocent scenes. Underground caricatures mocked the occupiers, their crude humour exposing the absurdity of tyranny and spreading laughter like medicine in despair. In cafes, artists passed sketches in notebooks, coded conversations in lines and colours that escaped the notice of German patrols. Some works were never meant for galleries but for memory, painted in secret with the knowledge that discovery meant destruction. Sculptors created small figures symbolizing endurance, smuggled into safe houses as tokens of faith. Every canvas was a risk, for art itself became contraband when it spoke of freedom. Yet the act of creation was defiance, asserting that culture lived even under the shadow of annihilation. For those who painted, sketched, or carved, survival was not only physical but spiritual. And through art, the resistance declared that beauty itself was resistance. Music and theatre carried their own currents of rebellion, hidden in melodies and dialogue that the censors could not fully erase. Secret concerts featured band composers, their works performed in dimly lit rooms to audiences who risked everything to listen. Folk songs were reworked with new lyrics, turning rural ballads into coded messages of resistance. Theatres staged allegories of oppression and liberty, plays that on the surface seemed harmless but carried layers of meaning for those attuned to subtext. Actors whispered forbidden lines with calculated pauses, audiences responding with silence more powerful than applause. German officers sometimes sat in those same halls, blind to the currents running just beneath their ears. In taverns and cafes, singers performed chansons that hinted at loss and endurance, veiling their defiance in metaphor. Each performance was fragile, for discovery could lead to arrest, yet artists persisted, believing culture was as vital to survival as food or shelter. Theatre and music reminded the French that identity was not confined to slogans and posters, but lived in performance, memory, and shared experience. And in that survival of spirit, culture itself became resistance. Even coded messages found their way into culture, hidden in novels, poems, and even children's rhymes. Resistance newspapers printed crossword puzzles whose solutions were actually rendezvous instructions or coded intelligence. Poems carried phrases that, when rearranged, revealed meeting points or targets for sabotage. Graffiti scrawled on walls carried double meanings, inspiring civilians while guiding fighters. The use of culture as code was ingenious, for it blended the ordinary with the extraordinary, allowing defiance to pass beneath the occupier's eyes. Censors sought to suppress culture, but they could not suppress the creativity that repurposed it as a weapon. Every coded rhyme was both literature and logistics, binding spirit to strategy in ways the occupiers never fully comprehended. This fusion of art and utility blurred the line between imagination and combat, and in this blurring, culture became not just memory but action. In hidden words and puzzles, France's resistance found yet another voice. The preservation of French identity was perhaps the greatest victory of cultural resistance. Occupation sought to erase pride, replacing it with submission and silence, but culture refused to yield. Language itself became a battlefield, with underground writers defending the purity of French expression against propaganda's distortion. History was taught in secret, teachers whispering lessons forbidden by Vichy decrees, ensuring children knew their heritage. Painters, poets, and playwrights preserved not only beauty, but the conviction that France was more than occupied territory, it was a living idea. The resistance understood that liberation would be hollow if culture were lost, and so they fought with words as fiercely as with weapons. Each act of creation, each hidden poem, each whispered performance was a refusal to surrender identity, and through this refusal, the nation remained itself even in bondage. For in the face of occupation, to remember who you are is the most dangerous act of all. And in that act, France survived. By the time liberation came, cultural resistance had woven itself into the fabric of national defiance, proving that spirit was as important as arms. The underground presses had printed millions of clandestine papers, poets had inspired millions more with verses of freedom, and artists had carried symbols of hope across every wall and page. Liberation revealed not only an armed resistance but a cultural one, a France that had kept its voice alive beneath censorship and fear. The occupiers had burned books, silenced theatres and censored presses, but they had failed to extinguish imagination. Culture, preserved in defiance, emerged as a weapon as powerful as sabotage or ambush. It sustained morale, unified disparate groups, and proved to the world that France had never ceased to exist. In art, literature, music, and theatre, identity was shielded from erasure, protected by those who refused to stop creating. The resistance had fought with guns, but it had also fought with words, brushes, and songs. And in this marriage of arms and spirit, France found both survival and rebirth. By 1943, the resistance had grown from scattered whispers into a force impossible to ignore. Its presence felt in every city, forest, and village of occupied France. Recruitment swelled as compulsory labor service drove thousands of young men to flee into the hills rather than work in German factories. These fugitives joined the Maquis, transforming bands of outlaws into disciplined guerrilla units capable of striking with growing effectiveness. Underground newspapers, once fragile leaflets, now circulated in the hundreds of thousands, spreading defiance faster than German censorship could suppress it. Sabotage became systematic, derailing trains, cutting telegraph lines, and crippling convoys with increasing coordination. The occupiers, once confident in their dominance, now faced a hidden enemy whose reach extended into every corner of society. German patrols grew larger, reprisals harsher, yet the resistance endured, adapting with greater secrecy and discipline. The spirit of defiance had crossed a threshold. It was no longer a handful of rebels, but an underground nation. Each act of sabotage, each word of defiance, hinted at a France preparing for rebirth, and in that preparation, the tide of war began to shift. The French Communist Party, long suppressed and persecuted, now played a decisive role in expanding and organizing the resistance. After Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, communist networks threw themselves fully into the fight, recruiting workers, students, and immigrants into partisan groups. They brought discipline, organization, and a sense of ideological fervor that transformed local cells into militant movements. The FTP Francs-Tireurs e-Partisans became one of the largest armed formations in the underground, carrying out assassinations, bombings, and sabotage across the country. Their propaganda framed the struggle as part of a global war against fascism, giving ordinary workers a sense that their small acts were part of something monumental. Communist leaders emphasized discipline and sacrifice, building networks resilient to betrayal and infiltration, yet tensions remained, for Gaullists and other factions feared that communist power might outlast the war and shape post-liberation France. Still, in the heat of occupation, ideological divides blurred in the face of common enemies. On the streets of Paris and in the forests of Limousin, red banners and tricolours often flew side by side, and in this uneasy alliance, the resistance found strength it could never have achieved divided. Allied support expanded dramatically in 1943, as London and Washington recognized that the resistance could serve as a vital partner in preparing for invasion. The Special Operations Executive increased parachute drops, flooding the countryside with rifles, Sten guns, explosives, and radios. RAF aircraft flew hundreds of night missions, guided by torch signals from farmers' fields, their cargoes transforming ragged Maquis bands into armed units. American OSS operatives joined their British counterparts, coordinating sabotage campaigns with global Allied strategy. Weapons caches swelled, and radio traffic between France and London grew dense with intelligence about troop movements, fortifications, and supply lines. Allied planners came to rely on French networks as their eyes and ears inside Hitler's fortress. The flow of arms and intelligence emboldened the resistance, giving them confidence that they were no longer fighting alone. German patrols, once overwhelming, now faced ambushes by fighters armed with weapons dropped from the skies. Each crate delivered by parachute was more than steel and powder. It was proof that liberation was on the horizon. And in those dark forests, the thrum of engines overhead became the sound of hope. Unity became the watchword of 1943, embodied in the formation of the Conseil National de la Résistance. Conceived by Jean Moulin and carried forward after his death, the council brought together Gaullists, communists, socialists, and centrists into a fragile but historic alliance. For the first time, factions that had once competed for influence agreed to present a united front, both militarily and politically. The CNR drafted not only plans for coordinated action, but also a vision of France after liberation, a republic reborn from resistance. This unity was not easy, for suspicion lingered, and every group feared betrayal or manipulation by rivals. Yet the urgency of war forced compromise, binding together movements too weak to survive alone. The Council's existence gave the resistance legitimacy, presenting it as a national movement rather than a patchwork of scattered cells. To the Allies, this unity proved that France could govern itself once freed, strengthening de Gaulle's hand as the voice of free France. To ordinary fighters, it was proof that their sacrifices served not chaos but a future worth dying for. And in that fragile unity, the resistance found its greatest strength. The year 1943 also brought shifts in the war itself that reverberated through occupied France. German defeats at Stalingrad and North Africa shattered the myth of invincibility that had long paralyzed civilian defiance. Italy's surrender in September showed that entire nations could break free from fascist chains, giving French resistors hope that their own liberation was possible. German troops, stretched thin across Europe, grew harsher in their repression, but also more vulnerable to sabotage. Civilians, once hesitant, became bolder in offering food, shelter, and information to fighters who now seemed destined to triumph. Even in Paris, whispers of Allied victories emboldened students, workers, and writers who dreamed of insurrection. German propaganda grew shrill, its tone betraying fear, while resistance newspapers exuded growing confidence. Each Allied victory on distant fronts seemed to echo in the streets of Lyon, Toulouse, and Marseille, where Defiance gained new recruits. Occupation no longer felt permanent but temporary, a burden to be endured until the tide carried liberation ashore. And in that shift of perception, resistance gained momentum that repression could not suppress. Yet the turning tide also meant greater danger, for the occupiers knew that time was running out. The Gestapo intensified its efforts, hunting radio operators with vans, torturing prisoners for names, and infiltrating networks with double agents. German commanders unleashed brutal reprisals, massacring civilians in places like Tulle and Ascot to remind the French of the cost of defiance. The Milice, more ruthless than ever, hunted Jews and resistors with fanatic zeal, their violence a grotesque mirror of German methods. But even as the enemy grew more brutal, The resistance grew more disciplined, adopting tighter codes, stricter compartmentalization, and more sophisticated tactics. Each arrest, though devastating, was often met with rapid rebuilding, networks regenerating like a living organism. The occupiers could destroy cells, but not the movement, which had become too deeply woven into the fabric of French life. Betrayal remained a constant threat, yet the scale of resistance made it impossible to eradicate completely. What began as a few scattered sparks had become a fire too vast to smother, and that fire spread with every atrocity, feeding on blood but burning ever brighter. In 1944, the resistance shifted from harassment to preparation for liberation, aligning its operations with the coming Allied invasion. Sabotage became systematic, guided by London's orders to cripple German logistics in anticipation of D-Day. Railways were blown apart, convoys ambushed, and communications disrupted on a scale never before seen. The Maquis, once ragged, now swelled with thousands of fighters armed with Allied weapons, forming entire battalions in some regions. Underground presses urged civilians to stand ready, whispering that the day of reckoning was near. German commanders faced not just an army across the Channel, but an army beneath their feet, invisible yet deadly. Allied planners counted on this underground war, building it into their strategy for Normandy. For the first time, the resistance was not merely reacting, but actively shaping the course of war. Every sabotage, every ambush, every leaflet now pointed toward a single horizon: liberation. And in that horizon, France could almost glimpse its freedom. By the spring of 1944, the resistance stood transformed, no longer fragile cells, but a national movement bound by unity, discipline, and purpose. The CNR had forged a vision of post-war France, ensuring that resistance was not only destruction, but also creation. The communists had brought militancy, the Gaullists had brought legitimacy, and the Allies had brought weapons, binding the strands into a rope strong enough to strangle occupation. Every act of sabotage, every clandestine meeting, every hidden weapon was part of a wider orchestration, a symphony of defiance rising toward crescendo. The occupiers, once arrogant, now looked over their shoulders, their empire in France cracking beneath invisible pressure. Civilians, once silenced, now dared to believe that victory was within reach. The tide had turned not in a single moment, but in countless acts of courage woven together. France was no longer only occupied, it was resisting with the force of a nation, and in that resistance lay the promise of liberation soon to come. In the spring of 1944, as Allied forces massed in Britain, the French resistance became an integral part of the invasion plan. The underground, once a nuisance to the occupiers, was now a strategic weapon, tasked with crippling German logistics at the very moment they were most needed. Allied planners in London fed instructions through radios and coded messages, turning saboteurs into soldiers of a synchronized front. The skies above France carried whispers of invasion, and in the fields below, networks stood ready to strike. Farmers ploughed their land by day, and marked parachute drop zones with lanterns by night. Teachers taught lessons by morning, and delivered grenades to Maquis camps by evening. Housewives stirred soup in kitchens where radios tapped out messages from London, each word a command in the orchestra of liberation. For once the resistance was not acting alone, but as part of a vast military operation. Their enemy was the same, but now their actions were synchronized with the greatest invasion in history, and the storm that had long gathered over occupied France was about to break. On the night of June 5, 1944, the BBC broadcast coded phrases across Europe, sentences that sounded innocent to ordinary ears, but carried deadly meaning for those in the underground. One such phrase, Les sanglots longs de violons de l'automne, signaled the beginning of sabotage operations timed to precede the invasion. Resistance cells sprang into action, cutting telegraph wires, blowing bridges, and derailing trains across the countryside. Explosions echoed in the night as power lines fell, plunging German outposts into darkness. Rail traffic, the lifeline of German reinforcements, slowed to a crawl under the weight of constant attacks. German commanders, baffled by the scale of destruction, scrambled to respond, pulling troops into defensive duties instead of sending them toward Normandy. What the Germans had dismissed as scattered banditry was now revealed as a coordinated campaign. The underground had become a shadow army, striking in unison with the Allies' first moves. The land itself seemed to rise against occupation, and on the dawn of June 6th, France held its breath for deliverance. As Allied troops stormed the beaches of Normandy, the resistance carried out hundreds of simultaneous acts of sabotage inland. Rail lines feeding German reinforcements to Normandy were torn apart, their twisted steel tracks littering valleys and fields. Maquis fighters ambushed convoys on narrow mountain roads, using grenades and rifles to delay columns desperately trying to reach the front. Telegraph lines were cut again and again, forcing German officers to rely on couriers who could not keep pace with the speed of battle. Bridges crumbled under explosive charges, leaving tanks stranded and fuel trucks immobile. German supply depots burned in sudden fires, the handiwork of saboteurs who melted into shadows before detection. What the Allies needed most was time, and the resistance bought it with blood, sweat, and fire. Each delay meant fewer German divisions arriving in Normandy to crush the beachhead. Each destroyed line of communication stretched the occupiers thinner, blunting their counterattack, and in the chaos, Allied soldiers on the beaches found their greatest ally was an invisible army fighting behind enemy lines. The Maquis in particular rose with ferocity, swelling in numbers as young men flocked to their camps in the forests and mountains. Crates of weapons dropped by RAF and USAAF aircraft armed them with Sten guns, Bren light machine guns, and explosives never before seen in such abundance. Suddenly, guerrilla bands transformed into battalions, capable not just of sabotage but of open combat. In the Vercors, the Maquis even declared a liberated zone, raising the tricolour flag and preparing defences against inevitable reprisals. Though brutally crushed by German paratroopers, the stand inspired resistors across France, proving that they could hold ground, however briefly, against the occupier. In Brittany, Maquis fighters pinned down German units that might otherwise have reinforced Normandy. In central France, ambushes bled German convoys until roads themselves became death traps. For every Maquis fighter killed, two more seemed to rise, driven by vengeance and the promise of liberation. The forests echoed with gunfire, their shadows alive with defiance, and the Germans realized they were no longer fighting only the Allies, but the French people themselves. Coordination with Allied armies was not merely symbolic, it was decisive. Intelligence provided by the resistance guided Allied bombers to targets hidden deep in the countryside, from fuel depots to troop trains. Saboteurs reported on German armor movements, allowing Allied forces to anticipate and strike before they could mass. The flow of information was relentless, carried by radio operators who risked their lives with every transmission. Some networks even coordinated directly with Allied paratroopers, guiding them to landing zones and supplying them with intelligence about enemy positions. In cities, resistors rose in uprisings, seizing police stations and sabotaging German garrisons as the Allies advanced. The synergy was unprecedented. Local defiance merged seamlessly with global strategy. What had once been dismissed as symbolic gestures now shaped the battlefield itself. The resistance was not only a moral force, but a tactical one, magnifying the strength of every Allied soldier, and in that coordination, France reclaimed its role in its own liberation. German reprisals were swift and brutal, but by 1944 they no longer cowed the population as before. Executions and massacres continued, yet the tide of history had turned, and the occupiers' cruelty only deepened French determination. The Milice hunted resistors with fanatic zeal, but even they could not keep pace with the scale of uprising. Entire towns erupted into revolt as Allied troops approached, their citizens joining Maquis units in liberating their own streets. German forces found themselves fighting not only professional armies on the beaches, but civilians in every corner of the nation. The occupation, once rigid and suffocating, now seemed fragile and brittle, collapsing under the weight of universal defiance. What had begun as whispers of dissent in 1940 now roared as a nationwide insurrection. The occupiers, stretched thin and exhausted, could no longer suppress a people who knew liberation was at hand. Resistance had become rebellion, rebellion had become war, and war was now turning into freedom. And in that transformation, the tide of occupation broke at last. The uprising was not chaotic, but deliberate, guided by the long preparation of the Conseil National de la Resistance. Years of unity, discipline, and clandestine planning now bore fruit in coordinated strikes across the nation. In Paris, resistors launched barricades and street battles even before Allied troops arrived, reclaiming their city with their own hands. In Lyon, Toulouse, and Marseille, underground fighters emerged from shadows to lead citizens into open revolt. Radio Londres urged civilians to rise, its coded messages now transformed into open calls for action. What had once been cautious whispers became bold shouts, painted on walls, shouted in streets, and carried in the sound of gunfire echoing through alleys. Liberation was no longer a dream, but a reality being forged in real time. The resistance had waited for years in darkness, and now they fought in the open sun. Their uprising was not spontaneous chaos, but the culmination of years of sacrifice. And in that culmination, France's soul was reborn. By the summer of 1944, the resistance had proven itself more than a symbol. It had become a decisive actor in the liberation of its homeland. Sabotage had delayed German reinforcements, uprisings had liberated cities, and intelligence had guided Allied armies with surgical precision. What had begun as scattered whispers in 1940 ended as a nationwide roar that shook the foundations of occupation. The occupiers, humiliated, realized they had been defeated not only by foreign armies, but by the people they had sought to subjugate. For the Allies, the resistance was no longer a shadow but a partner, an ally who had fought with courage equal to any army. For the French, the victory was bittersweet, purchased with the blood of martyrs and the ruins of massacred villages. Yet liberation was achieved, and it bore the mark of both armies and civilians. The resistance had not only multiplied Allied strength, it had restored France's honor, and in the story of D-Day, the hidden army of France secured its place in history. By the summer of 1944, Paris was a city on the edge, simmering with tension, as Allied armies pressed from the west and resistance networks prepared for uprising. German occupation, heavy since 1940, had grown more fragile as reports of Allied victories filtered into the capital. Sabotage and clandestine strikes multiplied, but the city's resistors knew their moment was fast approaching. The spark came in mid-August, when railway workers launched a strike that rippled through the city, paralyzing transport and emboldening others. Police soon joined, refusing orders from German commanders and turning their weapons toward liberation instead of repression. Demonstrations swelled into riots, Barricades rose across the boulevards, and the City of Light became a battlefield once more. The uprising was spontaneous and coordinated, chaotic yet purposeful, driven by years of suppressed defiance. Civilians armed themselves with rifles, pistols, and Molotov cocktails scavenged from hidden caches. Resistance fighters, long in the shadows, emerged openly, their tricolor armbands worn with pride, and Paris, after 4 years of silence, roared back to life in revolution. Street battles erupted across the capital, echoing the revolutions of centuries past. Barricades sprang up in the Latin Quarter, built from overturned buses, sandbags, and paving stones ripped from the streets. Fighters positioned themselves in windows, firing from upper floors at German patrols below, while couriers darted through alleys carrying messages and ammunition. German troops responded with tanks and heavy weapons, their firepower flattening buildings and scattering resistance positions. Yet the city itself became an ally, its twisting streets and narrow passages favoring guerrilla tactics over mechanized might. Every corner became a skirmish, every rooftop a vantage point, every sewer a hidden artery of movement. Civilians who could not fight carried water, food, and medical supplies, sustaining the uprising in every district. Churches, schools, and hospitals became improvised field stations, their sanctuaries echoing with gunfire and groans. The city that had lived in silence for years now thundered with the sound of defiance, and Paris, once shackled, fought to free itself from within. Chaos spread quickly as the resistance gained ground, yet the danger was immense. German commander General Dietrich von Choltitz still controlled thousands of troops, tanks, and artillery in the capital. Hitler's orders were clear. Paris was to be held at all costs, and if lost, it was to be destroyed. Explosives were planted beneath bridges, monuments, and vital buildings, turning the city into a potential funeral pyre. Von Choltitz hesitated, torn between duty to Hitler and the reality that destruction would stain his name forever. Resistance leaders urged the Allies to hurry, fearing massacre if the uprising dragged on. Meanwhile, firefights intensified near the Hôtel de Ville, the Sorbonne, and the Gare de l'Est, where German reinforcements clashed with barricaded Parisians. The uprising hung in the balance, its survival dependent on time, courage, and the arrival of external armies. Paris could not endure long without help, yet its people refused to surrender, and in that refusal, history tilted toward liberation. The call for aid was answered by the Free French 2nd Armoured Division under General Philippe Leclerc, advancing rapidly toward the capital. Leclerc's division, equipped with American tanks and vehicles, was itself a symbol of France reborn. Soldiers who had fought in Africa and joined Allied campaigns now marching home. On August 24th, advance elements entered the southern suburbs, greeted by civilians who wept, cheered, and thrust flowers into the hands of dusty soldiers. That night, units pushed into central Paris, tanks rumbling through darkened streets as resistance fighters guided them towards strongpoints. Church bells rang out across the city, their peals blending with the crack of gunfire and the roar of engines. German garrisons fought fiercely, but the tide had turned, their lines collapsing under the combined weight of armed Parisians and Free French tanks. Crowds poured into the streets despite danger, waving flags long hidden in drawers and attics. Liberation was not yet complete, but its sound was unmistakable in every corner of the capital, and Paris knew the hour of freedom was finally at hand. On August 25, 1944, German commander von Choltitz surrendered, defying Hitler's orders to burn the city. His decision, shaped by pragmatism and perhaps conscience, spared Paris from annihilation, though fighting continued until the final moment. Resistance fighters and Free French soldiers stormed German strongpoints, securing bridges, stations, and government buildings. The tricolour was hoisted once more over the Eiffel Tower and the Hôtel de Ville, symbols of a nation restored to itself. Crowds flooded boulevards in a frenzy of joy, embracing soldiers, singing the Marseillaise, and weeping openly in catharsis. For Parisians, 4 years of silence, humiliation, and fear collapsed into a single day of victory. Yet beneath the celebrations lay memory of executions, deportations, and repression endured in silence. Liberation carried triumph and grief in equal measure, for every flag waved was shadowed by the absence of those who had not lived to see it. Still, in that moment, Paris was reborn, and its rebirth was as much the work of its people as of armies. The triumph reached its crescendo with the return of Charles de Gaulle, leader of Free France, an embodiment of national defiance. On August 26, he marched down the Champs-Élysées, tall and unbowed, flanked by Free French soldiers, and cheered by hundreds of thousands. The city's avenues overflowed with people, balconies draped with flags, and church bells ringing across the skyline. De Gaulle's presence was more than symbolic. It was a declaration that France, though conquered, had liberated itself and would govern itself. His speech at the Hôtel de Ville thundered with pride, insisting that Paris had freed itself with the help of Frenchmen alone, a narrative that elevated national honor above occupation's humiliation. The march itself was not without danger, as snipers fired from rooftops, and crowds scattered briefly in panic. Yet de Gaulle stood unflinching, his figure cutting through the smoke as a symbol of steadiness. For Parisians, his presence confirmed that France's soul had endured exile, betrayal, and suffering. The liberation was complete, not only in arms, but in spirit, and in that spirit, a nation stood tall once more. The liberation of Paris was both a culmination and a beginning, the climax of resistance and the dawn of reconstruction. It revealed the power of ordinary citizens who rose with rifles, stones, and courage against tanks and tyranny. It proved that the resistance, long in the shadows, could seize the stage of history when the moment arrived. Yet it also carried the scars of years of betrayal, massacre, and occupation, reminders that freedom was never free. Liberation did not erase loss, nor did it heal wounds inflicted by collaboration and suspicion, but it offered a foundation upon which to rebuild, a chance for France to reclaim its voice and destiny. The uprising, the barricades, the surrender, and the triumph became etched into national memory as symbols of resilience. Paris had suffered, Paris had resisted, and Paris had risen. Its liberation was not a gift, but a conquest of spirit and sacrifice. And in its streets, the soul of France marched again. The story of Paris's liberation echoed far beyond its boulevards, resonating across Europe as proof that occupation could be undone. For the Allies, it was a victory of arms and coordination, but for the French, it was something deeper, a vindication of years of silent defiance and underground struggle. The barricades, the street battles, the flags raised from rooftops, all became part of a collective memory that redefined what it meant to resist. Paris did not wait passively for liberation. It fought for it, shaping its destiny with fire and courage. The arrival of Leclerc's tanks and de Gaulle's march were the final acts in a drama that had been written in whispers, sabotage, and sacrifice since 1940. Liberation was not the end of France's struggle, but the moment its spirit stood visible once more. In the capital of light, darkness had been broken by defiance and determination, and in August 1944, Paris wrote its own chapter of liberation in blood, fire, and triumph. Liberation brought euphoria, but it also unleashed long-suppressed rage, for 4 years of betrayal demanded reckoning. Across France, collaborators, both real and suspected, faced the fury of neighbors who had suffered in silence during occupation. Men who had informed on resistors were dragged from their homes, beaten in the streets, and sometimes executed on the spot without trial. Houses of known collaborators were burned, their families driven into exile from communities that no longer welcomed them. In towns liberated by the Maquis, summary justice was often swift, fueled by the memory of massacres and deportations. Resistance fighters who had lived in shadows now held the power of life and death, and some chose vengeance over legality. Public squares that had once displayed German posters now became arenas of punishment, where the guilty were judged by crowds. Many collaborators disappeared into prisons hastily established in schools, town halls, and barns, their walls echoing with chants of justice. Yet the line between vengeance and justice blurred, and France found itself struggling with the weight of retribution. Liberation had restored freedom, but it had also opened the gates to fury long contained. Few images of the Purge remain as haunting as the shorn heads of women accused of horizontal collaboration. Thousands of women who had consorted with German soldiers, whether out of love, survival, or coercion, were dragged into public squares. Their hair was shaved off in front of jeering crowds, their bodies daubed with swastikas, and their humiliation paraded through the streets. Some had borne children by German fathers, their infants carried in arms as the crowd hurled insults and spit. For many, their only crime was intimacy with the enemy, a sin punished more harshly than men who had profited from collaboration. The spectacle of shaved women became a ritual of cleansing, a symbolic purging of shame that both united and divided communities. Photographs captured these moments, freezing them as one of the most enduring and troubling images of post-liberation France. To some, it was justice, stripping collaborators of dignity in the same way France had been stripped of hers. To others, it was cruelty, scapegoating women for a nation's humiliation, while greater traitors escaped punishment. These scenes revealed how vengeance could wear the mask of justice, and they left scars that lingered long after liberation. More organized retribution came with the trials of Vichy leaders and prominent collaborators, whose fates carried symbolic weight for the entire nation. Pierre Laval, once the face of Vichy's collaboration, was arrested, tried, and executed, his death portrayed as the cleansing of France's shame. Marshal Philippe Pétain, the hero of Verdun turned head of Vichy, faced trial amid fierce debate over his legacy. At 88 years old, he was condemned to death, but spared execution due to his age and symbolic stature, instead sentenced to life imprisonment. These trials gripped the nation, exposing documents, testimonies, and policies that revealed the depth of betrayal. Collaboration was not a matter of rumor or whispers, but of official decrees, deportations of Jews, executions of resistors, and repression sanctioned by the state. Other officials met firing squads, their deaths echoing as much for symbolism as for justice. For ordinary citizens, these trials confirmed that betrayal had names and faces, not just abstract forces, yet they also revealed the difficulty of defining guilt in a nation where survival often meant compromise. Justice demanded clarity, but liberation had brought only ambiguity, and in that ambiguity, France struggled to reconcile vengeance with law. The Operation Sabotage, the wild purge, claimed thousands of lives in the chaotic weeks after liberation. Resistance fighters, often acting without oversight, executed suspected collaborators in forests, fields, and alleys. Some were guilty of unforgivable betrayal, others were condemned by rumor, jealousy, or the settling of personal scores. The chaos blurred the line between righteous vengeance and opportunistic violence, staining the purity of liberation with blood. Communities that had celebrated freedom in the morning sometimes witnessed executions in the evening, the joy of liberation shadowed by grim reprisals. The dead numbered in the thousands, their names absent from monuments, yet etched into the memories of villagers. Families mourned not just those lost under occupation, but those killed in its aftermath, victims of vengeance as much as tyranny. For the resistance, these acts were catharsis, a cleansing of wounds too deep to leave festering. For France, they revealed how easily justice could dissolve into retribution when law had yet to return, and in that dissolution lay the tragedy of liberation's aftermath. The provisional government under Charles de Gaulle sought to channel this fury into legality. Imposing order on the purge, special courts were established, tasked with separating the guilty from the accused, vengeance from justice. Thousands were brought before tribunals, their fates decided not by mobs, but by judges, lawyers, and evidence. Some received executions, others prison sentences, and many were acquitted when proof of guilt could not be established. De Gaulle understood that a nation could not rebuild on the foundation of revenge alone, for unity required legitimacy. Yet even these courts were imperfect, their judgments shaped by politics, passion, and the hunger for symbolic closure. Some collaborators escaped punishment altogether, protected by connections or the fog of war. Others were condemned more harshly for their prominence than for their actual crimes. The courts stabilized the chaos, but they could not erase the bitterness of the wild purge. And in this balance of order and fury, France wrestled with its conscience. The purge also revealed the complexity of collaboration, for not all guilt was equal, and not all choices were clear. Some who had worked with Germans did so out of survival, to feed families or protect communities from worse reprisals. Others collaborated under coercion, forced by threats to betray friends or colleagues. Still others profited willingly, enriching themselves at the expense of neighbors sent to camps. The grayness of collaboration clashed with the black and white demands of justice, leaving courts and communities struggling to measure guilt. Women punished for intimacy with soldiers often suffered harsher penalties than men who had signed deportation orders. Farmers who sold food to German troops were sometimes spared judgment, while clerks who stamped documents faced exile or worse. In this confusion, justice became both personal and political, shaped by who judged and who remembered. The resistance had fought for freedom, but freedom brought questions no one was prepared to answer, and in those questions, France confronted not only its collaborators but itself. For many resistors, vengeance was not only justified but necessary, a way to honor the dead and prevent betrayal from being forgotten. The memory of executions, torture, and deportations was too fresh to allow leniency for those who had enabled them. Each collaborator represented not just treason, but the suffering of villages burned, comrades executed, and families deported. To forgive seemed impossible, for forgiveness could be mistaken for forgetting. Yet vengeance carried its own weight, perpetuating cycles of violence that threatened to overshadow victory. Survivors of camps returned to a France both liberated and vengeful, their stories mingling with the spectacle of punishment in public squares. Some welcomed the purge as proof that justice was real, others recoiled, fearing it stained the very liberation they had longed for. The resistance had fought for dignity, but vengeance sometimes stripped dignity from its own acts. The line between justice and revenge blurred with every trial and execution, and in that blur lay the moral paradox of liberation. By the end of 1944, France stood free but fractured, its liberation shadowed by the blood of its own. The purge, both wild and legal, had punished thousands, shamed many more, and left scars across communities. De Gaulle sought to move forward, insisting that France had liberated itself, that unity was paramount, and that the wounds of collaboration must be closed. Yet memory lingered, carried in photographs of shaved women, testimonies of trials, and whispers of executions in barns. The resistance, once united in defiance, was now divided by its role in vengeance. Justice had been sought, but its pursuit revealed the fragility of freedom when fury and law collide. Liberation was triumph, but it was also reckoning, a moment when victory demanded moral clarity that proved elusive. France had purged collaborators, but it had also purged its own conscience, leaving unresolved questions for generations to come. The fight for freedom had ended, but the struggle for justice had only begun, and in that struggle, the legacy of the resistance would forever be entwined with both pride and pain. In the immediate aftermath of liberation, France faced not only the task of rebuilding cities and institutions, but also of reconstructing its own identity. Years of occupation, collaboration, and betrayal had left scars too deep to ignore, yet the nation longed for a narrative of unity and heroism. Charles de Gaulle seized this moment, presenting the resistance as the soul of France, proof that the nation had never truly submitted. In his speeches, he portrayed the country as a land of fighters and patriots, minimizing divisions and silencing memories of complicity. This vision was powerful, offering dignity to a people who had endured humiliation under German boots. To speak of a nation of resistors was to erase the shame of Vichy, replacing it with pride in defiance. For survivors, this narrative gave comfort, a way to believe that sacrifice had not been in vain. Yet beneath the triumph lay silence, for collaboration, betrayal, and vengeance were inconvenient truths for a nation eager to heal. Memory became selective, honoring martyrs while forgetting the gray zones of survival. And in that selectivity, myth was born. De Gaulle's myth of universal resistance was not without purpose, for unity was essential in a country fractured by war. Civil wars of memory threatened to erupt, with Gaullists, communists, and others each claiming to represent the true resistance. The Communist Party styled itself as the party of the 75,000 shot, presenting its fighters as the vanguard of liberation. Gaullists countered with their claim to legitimacy through de Gaulle's leadership and the Conseil National de la Résistance. To reconcile these competing narratives, de Gaulle emphasized the collective struggle, diminishing factional rivalries in favor of national pride. This narrative allowed France to present itself to the world as a partner in victory, not a defeated collaborator rescued by allies. It also elevated the resistance to a sacred symbol, a moral compass for the new republic. But this elevation demanded silence about uncomfortable truths, betrayal, opportunism, and indifference among much of the population. Memory became less about accuracy than about unity. And in the crucible of post-war politics, the resistance became both history and myth. The silence surrounding collaboration was deliberate, for confronting it threatened to fracture the fragile unity of post-war France. Millions had lived under Vichy, obeying its laws, working in its factories, or turning a blind eye to deportations. Trials punished a few, but the majority returned to ordinary life, their complicity unspoken in homes and workplaces. Families whispered about uncles who had joined the Milice, or cousins who had denounced neighbors, but such stories rarely entered the public sphere. To preserve national dignity, collaboration became a private shame, buried beneath the louder story of resistance. This silence was not denial but survival, allowing communities to rebuild without tearing themselves apart. Yet it left unresolved wounds, hidden beneath layers of myth and pride. Survivors of deportation or massacre often felt isolated, their stories overshadowed by the triumphal narrative of collective heroism. In this silence, truth itself became a casualty of memory, and the distance between lived reality and remembered myth grew ever wider. Films and literature soon played a central role in shaping how the resistance was remembered, turning its struggles into symbols for generations. Early films like La Bataille du Rail, 1946, depicted railway workers as heroic saboteurs, embodying the myth of national unity in resistance. Novels and memoirs celebrated clandestine fighters, emphasizing sacrifice and courage while downplaying internal divisions. Poetry from wartime resistors like Paul Eluard was recited as scripture, enshrining the spirit of defiance in cultural memory. These works were not lies, but they were selective, focusing on moments of heroism rather than the complexities of occupation. Popular culture offered catharsis, transforming trauma into legend that could inspire rather than divide. Even school textbooks presented resistance as near universal, a shared heritage rather than a contested memory. For a nation seeking stability, these cultural expressions gave a sense of continuity and pride. Yet they also reinforced the myth, sealing over the fractures of history with images of unity, and through art, the resistance became less an event than an identity. Yet cracks in the myth began to appear as survivors of camps and victims of Vichy's policies demanded their voices be heard. Jewish survivors in particular struggled to find space in the triumphant narrative, their suffering overshadowed by the focus on military resistance. For years, the Holocaust in France was muted in public discourse, its memory subdued by the desire to celebrate defiance rather than acknowledge complicity. Slowly, testimonies emerged, challenging the myth of universal resistance and exposing the silences of post-war France. Scholars, journalists, and filmmakers began to document collaboration, betrayal, and the machinery of deportation. Trials of former officials in later decades forced the nation to confront truths long suppressed. This reckoning did not erase the heroism of the resistance, but placed it within a broader and more painful context. Memory expanded, becoming more complex, less comforting, but more truthful. And in this confrontation, the myth gave way to history. The struggle between myth and memory reflected the deeper question of national identity in post-war France. To claim universal resistance was to claim moral purity, a nation that had endured without stain. To acknowledge collaboration was to confront the fragility of human choices under tyranny, where survival often outweighed defiance. Politicians leaned on myth to unify, while historians and survivors chipped away with evidence that demanded honesty. Each side was necessary, myth for cohesion, memory for truth. The French identity that emerged was thus a negotiation shaped by both pride and shame, both courage and compromise. National ceremonies honored martyrs, while families carried private scars that never entered official history. Over time, the myth faded, but never disappeared, its echoes still present in the language of politics and commemoration. Memory grew heavier as generations asked new questions about the past, and in that questioning, France slowly reconciled with its fractured history. The resistance also became a touchstone for later struggles, invoked in politics, culture, and protest as a symbol of moral defiance. Students in 1968 chanted slogans that compared their movement to the underground fighters of the 1940s. Politicians referenced resistance when confronting crises, framing themselves as heirs to the spirit of defiance. Veterans associations guarded the legacy, ensuring ceremonies at monuments and plaques preserved the sacred memory of fallen comrades. Writers continued to explore the theme, from Camus's moral essays to post-war fiction that questioned the simplicity of earlier myths. Resistance became not just a historical memory, but a metaphor for resilience, invoked whenever liberty seemed under threat. In this way, the myth survived, evolving beyond history into symbol. Yet the deeper truth remained that the resistance had been both extraordinary and limited, heroic and flawed. Its legacy was not purity, but struggle, not unanimity, but perseverance. And in that struggle lay its true power. By the end of the 20th century, France's memory of the resistance had matured into something both mythic and historical. The grand narrative of a nation of resistors still held symbolic power, but it was tempered by recognition of collaboration, silence, and complexity. Monuments stood in villages and cities, names etched in stone, preserving the sacrifices of fighters and civilians alike. Museums told stories not only of heroism, but of betrayal, deportation, and vengeance. Films and literature continued to reinterpret the resistance, reflecting each generation's needs and anxieties. De Gaulle's vision of unity remained central, but it coexisted with voices once silenced, ensuring memory was no longer singular. France had turned its darkest years into both pride and caution, a mirror of resilience and warning. The resistance was no longer only the past, it was a continuing dialogue about courage, morality, and identity. And in that dialogue, its myth and memory lived side by side, shaping the soul of a nation. The legacy of the French resistance is not only measured in battles fought or railways destroyed, but in the enduring moral lessons it left behind. It proved that even in the darkest night, a people could choose defiance over submission, dignity over despair. The resistance was born not of armies or governments, but of ordinary men and women who refused to accept tyranny as fate. It showed that courage does not require weapons in abundance, but conviction strong enough to endure hunger, fear, and death. From students printing leaflets to farmers sheltering fugitives, every act of defiance carried meaning far beyond its scale. These small gestures wove together into a tapestry of resistance that no Gestapo raid could unravel. The lesson remains timeless, that tyranny thrives on silence, but falters before voices that dare to speak. In every village, every forest, every prison cell, the resistance affirmed that freedom is worth suffering for. It did not defeat Germany alone, but it preserved the nation's soul when conquest seemed complete. And in preserving that soul, it gave France the power to rise again. The resistance also reshaped modern France, embedding its ideals into the foundations of the post-war republic. The Conseil National de la Resistance had not only united fighters during war, but had envisioned a new society for peace. From its clandestine meetings emerged plans for social reforms, national health insurance, and workers' rights that would shape French democracy for decades. The resistance became both a military movement and a political blueprint, binding sacrifice to reconstruction. De Gaulle's vision of unity, reinforced by the heroism of fighters, gave legitimacy to a republic reborn from ashes. Commemorations, ceremonies, and monuments ensured that the sacrifices of martyrs were woven into national identity. School children were taught not only the battles but the values of liberty, solidarity, and vigilance born of clandestine struggle. Veterans of the resistance became moral authorities in post-war France, their voices guiding debates about justice, democracy, and memory. In this way, the resistance was more than history, it was the moral compass of a nation, and its influence continues to shape the identity of France today. The French resistance also resonated far beyond its borders, inspiring liberation movements worldwide. From Eastern Europe to Africa, its story offered proof that ordinary people could rise against overwhelming power. Anti-colonial struggles in Algeria, Vietnam, and beyond drew lessons from its tactics, using guerrilla warfare and clandestine networks to challenge empires. Civil rights movements later invoked its spirit, emphasizing that defiance in the face of oppression could reshape societies. Even in countries under dictatorship, The example of the resistance remained a beacon that tyranny could never fully extinguish. The global Cold War reinterpreted its memory, with both sides invoking its lessons to legitimize their struggles. Yet at its heart, the resistance was not ideological but human. The assertion that dignity cannot be surrendered. In jungles, deserts, and city streets, its influence was carried by fighters who had never set foot in France, but recognized its example. The story of French villagers defying the Reich became a universal parable of courage, and its legacy became a weapon for generations who refused to accept oppression as permanent. The legacy was also deeply personal, carried in the lives of survivors who endured and remembered. For those who fought, the scars of torture, hunger, and fear never vanished, even as medals and ceremonies honored their courage. Families who had lost fathers, mothers, and children kept their memory alive in photographs, on mantles, and stories whispered at tables. Survivors of prisons and camps bore witness, ensuring the silence of the dead did not consume their sacrifice. For many, the resistance was not myth but memory etched in flesh, bone, and grief. Yet from this pain came pride, the knowledge that even in suffering they had stood for something greater than themselves. The everyday courage of teachers, farmers, shopkeepers, and students revealed that heroism was not reserved for soldiers alone. Memory became heritage, passed from one generation to the next, as both duty and inspiration. And through remembrance, the resistance continued to live in the pulse of the nation. Its legacy was not only political, but profoundly human, and in that humanity lay its true immortality. Yet the resistance also left behind difficult questions, for its legacy was not unblemished. The purges of Collaborators, after liberation, blurred the line between justice and vengeance, complicating the story of triumph. The myth of a nation of resistors, while unifying, silenced the realities of collaboration and indifference. Historians and survivors alike reminded later generations that heroism was not universal, and that resistance was the choice of the few, not the many. These tensions revealed that the legacy was as complex as the struggle itself, filled with both glory and shadows. But this complexity made its lessons richer, teaching not only the power of courage, but the fragility of freedom. To resist is not only to fight the enemy, but to confront moral ambiguity, fear, and the temptation of survival at any cost. The resistance endured because enough people chose defiance despite uncertainty, proving that perfection is not required for greatness. France inherited both pride and responsibility from this legacy, a reminder that vigilance against tyranny never ends. And in this tension between myth and truth, the resistance found its enduring power. The symbolic weight of the resistance became part of France's identity, invoked in moments of crisis as a moral anchor. Politicians evoked its spirit when facing national peril, comparing modern struggles to those waged in shadowed forests and cellars. Students in 1968 chanted the language of resistance in their protests, linking their demands to a legacy of defiance. Writers and filmmakers returned again and again to its stories, finding in them both inspiration and warning. Commemorations at Oradour-sur-Glane, at the Pantheon, and at countless village memorials reinforced the sacred bond between past and present. Every name engraved on stone became a reminder that freedom was purchased not once but continuously. Resistance was no longer only an act of 1940-44, but a metaphor for every struggle against injustice. Its lessons were not locked in history, but lived anew whenever courage confronted tyranny. And in this symbolic afterlife, the resistance remained not only memory but a challenge. For every generation, the question lingers, would you resist? The greatest legacy of the resistance lies in its affirmation that ordinary people can alter the course of history. Most who fought were not trained soldiers but workers, farmers, students, and housewives, armed with conviction as much as weapons. They revealed that courage is not the absence of fear but the decision to act despite it. They showed that tyranny, no matter how powerful, is never absolute when confronted by unity and resolve. Each clandestine meeting, each whispered message, each act of sabotage proved that even small gestures matter when multiplied across a nation. Their story continues to remind us that history is not shaped only by generals and politicians, but by those who refuse to surrender their dignity. The resistance turned despair into defiance, and in doing so altered the fate of a nation. Its fighters may have been few, but their example made millions feel less alone in the darkness. In their defiance, they offered proof that freedom can be reclaimed even in the bleakest times. And that proof remains as vital today as it was in 1944. The French resistance ended occupation, but its legacy endures as a living lesson for the world. It teaches that tyranny cannot erase identity when spirit refuses to yield. It warns that collaboration and silence can be as dangerous as open oppression, demanding vigilance from every generation. It inspires by proving that even under totalitarian rule, courage can carve a path to freedom. Its influence shapes France's identity, its politics, its culture, and its conscience, ensuring that memory is never confined to museums alone. The resistance is both history and parable, both national pride and universal example. Its heroes and martyrs whisper across decades, reminding us that freedom is never given but fought for. In their sacrifice lies a warning, a guide, and a promise for all who face oppression. And in the enduring story of their courage, the world still finds hope, for the resistance was not only France's struggle, it became humanity's triumph.